Sounds like it wasn't very far away. Oh, yeah. Welcome here, whoever you are. Supersized fries. Yeah. I'm a viewer at the moment, apparently. I haven't been streaming so much lately. My regulars just disappeared. Uh, most people expect me to be at work today, including myself. Let's see. 2 o'clock. That weatherman lied to me again. I woke up and the weather said 100% chance of rain by 11. And I skipped work. It didn't rain till 2. I could have got 4 hours in. Oh, what do I do for work? I save people money. I build stuff and fix stuff. Talk them out of doing stupid stuff. Woo! That was close. Felt that one. Man, that one, like, that was so close I could feel it through my core when it hit. Like, I could. Does it ever get bored? I mean, do I ever get bored? Or do I ever get boarded? I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you asking me if I ever get bored? Like boring? I like being bored. Oh, boring is actually good. In this life, man, it means there's nothing bad happening. I've had excitement. I've seen plenty of excitement, and it's really overrated. I think that's one of the keys to finding peace in yourself is learning that excitement is overrated and not going around seeking it, because excitement usually comes with something stupid happening. Not always. Don't get me wrong. It'd be fun to ski down a hill without breaking a leg. answer is no, it never gets boring in my boat. But sometimes it gets boring in your mind. I get too bored, I could just look at the fish. I can't believe I skipped work to avoid that. Now you can call that boring. Hey, Janice. In a minute. Nothing exciting happening here. I just felt like streaming. Here's a view of the river while I make some coffee. Listen to some thunder. Feel free to bring up a topic. It's just chat. It's just coffee time is all that's happening here. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, it just stopped raining. I'm right on the edge of a pretty good sized storm front. But it's nothing. They were saying 100% chance of heavy storms by 11 this morning. And I sat here and waited till 2 to get any. So I think they lied a little bit. My weatherman needs to, I don't know, he needs to brush up on his Oh, laser surgery. It always sounds so scary. I know it's not. Like, I've seen them do surgery on the eye with a scalpel, you know? So I know it's not as scary as it sounds, but dang, it's just like the idea of a laser in your eye. Oh. I once got stabbed in my eye with a Tinker toy. You know, if you know what those are. Like the little wooden toys. I think they outlawed them now or discontinued them. Maybe too many kids getting poked in the eye or something. I don't know, but I don't see them anymore. They're little toys that we used to build stuff with. Like just whatever, wagon, windmill, or whatever. You know, it had like wheels and sticks and little dowels and with peg holes in them, and I don't know, almost like a Connect set, but a little more primitive. Not quite as basic as Lincoln Logs, you know. Yeah, I remember the Lincoln Logs. Okay, so you remember Tinker Toys. Well, okay, picture the long, skinny axle pieces of wood, right? Now, I bent down to pick one up, and my buddy was picking one up right as I was bending down to grab one, and it just stuck right into my eyeball, right into my left eye. I come walking into the living room going, "Mom!" and had a big, long, freaking like pencil-sized dowel sticking out of my eyeball. She started screaming bloody murder, freaking out. I had to calm her down. I'm like 10 years old, got a toy in my eyeball and come in to talk to Mom about it, and I have to calm her down so she can do the right thing, you know. Like she's screaming bloody murder and freaking out and going all haywire and not thinking clearly. I'm like, Mom, calm down. Need you to call the doctor. I can relate though, you know, because I've always felt like a lot of times something happened, you know, like I'll have a bigger reaction if it happened to someone else than if it happened to me. Like if it's something that happened to me, I tend to be like, just, I don't know, man. Just deal with it. Like rather than cry about it, just deal with it. But when it happens to someone else, I like my empathy kicks in, and I'm like, oh, ow, that's gotta hurt. You know, like I wince more. I might yell and cuss if it's me, but I'm gonna wince if it's someone else, and I'm gonna be like, oh man. I don't know, man. I think it's easier for me to pull a nail out of my own foot than to pull a nail out of someone else's finger. But yeah, I can imagine, you know, my own kid came to me like that. I might panic a little too. Yeah, just imagine the pencil doesn't have a point on it. It's a blunt end. Just flat. That's about, the Tinker Toy was about the size of a pencil. But flat. And in the eye. Sticking out of my eyeball. You know, like if you trip and fall, it's going to go through the brain. Hey, Drew. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be pleasant for any parent to see their child in that condition. You know, but I don't know. Just some parents are a little less prone to panic. That was not my mom. My dad would probably wouldn't care less if I had been in my dad's and walked in like that. He would have probably been, "Did you learn something, son?" But no, it did hit the eyeball. It stuck into my eyeball. I had to wear a patch for a year. It literally stuck in it stuck in about like a half inch into my eyeball. Like I'm standing there in front of my mom with the thing sticking out of my eye. I wasn't holding it. It was just sticking in my eyeball, like this pencil sticking out of my head, out of my skull, through my eye. Like it was lodged into the eyeball. It didn't cut into my retina. And I still can see with my left eye, not quite as good as my right, um but it definitely punctured my eyeball. That's why a lot of times I jokingly I tell people they hurt themselves and I'm like, I've had worse in my eye, and they think they're like, I'm not kidding. Like, I literally have. Yeah, no, it didn't go through the retina or the pupil. It went through the white part in the side, just on the side of it. Yeah, I was close, a little bit over to the other side, and I wouldn't be able to see with that eye. You'd be calling me one-eyed Willie. Hey, Maxwell. Tell you one thing, it makes me really good at aiming a rifle, or like I'm really good with pool, playing pool. Like, man, I got a dead eye when it comes to aim, but it's harder for me to judge distance. Like I don't have as good of depth perception. But like not to see something far away. I have no trouble seeing something far away. It's what I mean by seeing distance is by judging distance. Like I can't really tell how far something is from me until it's pretty close. It's like judging I need a spotter if I'm shooting. I need a rangefinder to sight in the distance of the target. If that makes sense. It's you're having two eyes side by side gives you the point of view from two different directions is what gives you your ability to judge the distance an object is from you. And if one of your eyes is messed up, it can make it hard to see how far away something is. But put it in my scope and I can sight down it and hit it. I can get it right in the line. I just might be a little high or a little low on the distance until I sight in the range. Yeah, golf would probably be one of the hardest things. Yeah, because it's right at that distance where you know the, I can see the flag over there at but judging how far to hit it is gonna be, yeah, a lot trickier for me. There again, I'd probably have to bust out the rangefinder and like calculate the distance and like figure out the numbers to make each shot. But that's what makes pool so easy for me is I just, I can look at the dots on the side of the table and it tells me how far the ball is from the object, from the cue ball. Like the table's already marked out for range, so I don't have to judge range. If you put all my targets, I'm shooting down range, you put all my targets on a field that's like lined with graduation marks on it, like a football field, then I can hit it. I don't, you know. But the weirdest thing, I'm considered nearsighted by by the eye doctor, but like I'm required to wear glasses to drive, but I can see things way off. And like, I'll give you an example. I got somebody in the boat with me that's got 20/20 vision, and we're cruising up the intercoastal, and I'm looking way on the horizon. There's a bridge on the horizon, and I'm looking at this boat coming through it, and it looked like, okay, that little dot on the horizon is a lot bigger than it looks. It's either a barge or a really big yacht, and I couldn't tell which. I'm like, is that a ship or a barge, or is that just a really big yacht? And so I looked to the passenger with me, and I'm like, is that a ship or a barge or a big yacht? He's like, is what are you looking at? And I go, just there, over there, just on the other side of the bridge, coming through the bridge. And the passenger looks at me and says, what bridge? Like, that's, like, my eyes are so far off in the distance that I'm spotting that ship coming through that bridge on the horizon, and he can't even see the bridge. I'm like, wow, dude, I had no idea that I was really, like, yeah, I have trouble seeing, like, reading that sign. But I could see that ship on the distance before anybody else. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would have to probably wear my glasses to shoot straight with a, well, no, not so much to shoot straight, but just to judge the distance with a regular recurve. Now I think, I might do better with a compound if it had sights on it. For me, it's just being more familiar with my surroundings. If I know the terrain, then I know the distance in my head, then I don't really have to judge it by sight. Oh, man. Ooh, it's muggy. It's 95 degrees, and I don't know how hot it is right now. I know it feels like bath water in the air. Ooh. I don't know if you heard that. That splash behind me was a red mutton snapper. Let's see. I I got snapper, and I got mangrove snapper and gray snapper and what do you call them, sheep's head around me, and mutton snapper. They're all just hanging right around me. They all used to me here. Yeah, I've only tried one compound bow, and I think I just didn't get it dialed in right. I think it just had some issues, because I had a lot of better luck with the recurve. With just hell, I've made homemade bows and had better luck than I did with that compound. Just would not fucking go. It just wouldn't shoot straight. But all bows have their little weird quirks, and when you're shooting a regular recurve, the arrow comes off the side of the bow. It kind of sways right and left before it straightens out, and like every bow kind of has a little bit different distance at which the arrow straightens out, but they all wobble. Like if you ever watch the arrow leaving your bow in slow motion, you'll see that the whole arrow like bends into a curve, wobbles around the shaft of your bow, and then wobbles back the opposite direction a couple times back and forth. It oscillates before it straightens out and aims starts heading straight toward the target. Getting that little effect dialed in is I think the trick with each bow, is just getting familiar with that bow and where that oscillation happens. I don't know, there's been some people that have invented some bows that totally get around that, like the slingshot bow. It just pushes straight through the hole, and there is no wobble. There's no shaft of bow to go around, or there's some bows that have a little track for the arrow to go through, and it shoots more like a crossbow. All right, Janice, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, I think the worst of it's probably past. I may have to get off YouTube and get some work done, because I did I did kind of skip work, hopes of getting some more done around here on the boat. I got some fiberglass work to do too. Oh man, I'm just not feeling it. Dragging my booty today. I am just dragging. Cannot seem to shake the lead out of my limbs. Yeah, it's funny, when I walked around wearing a patch on my eye like for a year, I never thought that I would actually become a pirate. I still got both my legs and arms though, so I'm good. No hook and peg. Coffee's done. I went to the park the other day and somebody there, I think he watches my channel or something, I don't know, but he's at the dog park. He hollers to me, "Hey, Captain." He had something on the top of his car. I was trying to figure out what it was, and he says, "Go get that. I got that. You can have it, man." And so I go over there and I look, and it's a pack of Long Island iced tea in a can. He's like, "Just take it, man. My wife said I can't drink anymore, so I gotta quit." And so I took it. I don't drink I've had Long Island iced teas at the bar, but it's been years and I don't drink. And like, here I'm just taking it because he's telling me his wife says she doesn't want him drinking anymore. And I figure I'm doing him a favor, So I took him and put him in the canoe, and they're still ice cold. I might go ahead and sip on one later. Man, I popped one of those open, took one sip, and it tastes like damn stove fuel. Yeah. Why? Why would anybody drink that? It's raunchy, nasty. I poured it out. Now I got 2 cans of the shit in the canoe. What am I going to do with them things? I'm probably going to pour them out too. They are nasty. They're not even real Long Island iced teas because there's only 4 liquors in them. If I remember right, a Long Island iced tea has 7 liquors. And I could be wrong, I'm not a bartender, but I seem to remember that they had 7 liquors. But, ooh, man, like those ones in the can, they taste like stove fuel, like paint stripper. I don't know, them ones at the bar tasted like iced tea, like you didn't even taste the liquor in them. You didn't even know you're drunk till you have your 3rd sip. You try to get up after it. I'm pretty sure I just seem to remember liquor tasting a lot better when I drank. For some reason nowadays it just tastes raunchy to me. My body rejects alcohol. Every once in a while, after a hard day at work in the hot sun, somebody will show up with a cold beer, and I enjoy the hell out of a smooth cold beer. But it's just a rare thing that I ever drink any alcohol that doesn't just make me gross out. Oh, margarita is a nice smooth drink. That's hard to turn down because they're so sweet and tasty and tangy, man. You don't even really. A margarita is all you feel like you're having like a Slurpee, man. It's almost not fair how the alcohol gets disguised as a flavor that's tasty. Yeah, it's funny though, because if you take all the dressing out of it and you just have just the tequila, it's pretty nasty liquor. Oh, man. The plan, I'm trying not to get it planned. Like, see, the problem with a plan is then I feel disappointed in myself if I don't carry it out and get it done. So I'm trying not to plan too much. I just kind of go by feel. If I can get up the gumption to get my ass up into the bow of the boat, it's a little bit of a chore right now. I have to climb over all this clutter to get to the front because I don't have the hatches built, but everything being under a tarp means I gotta crawl up there. But I do at some point today want to get up in the bow and do some work. I got some fiberglass work to do up in the front. I gotta drape some plastic down between the front and my back berth so that I don't get fiberglass particles in my bed tonight, and gonna smooth out the rough edges on a patch I recently installed. I don't know if you heard about that. I had a hole in the boat and I had to patch it. So I patched it up, but I haven't smoothed it out. So it's had plenty of time to dry and harden, and I just want to prep it up and for another layup over it. So I'll do the prep work on the patch and then kind of incorporate that into the edge of the bulkhead I'm installing too. I'd be happy today if I just get one layup done, and that way tomorrow I can go kick it around and feel like, hey, there's some fiberglass work got done while I was off work. It'd be nice if I could do at least one bulkhead up on the front next to that patch. If I can get that bulkhead in and then in the next couple of days kick the strut out from under it, that piece of wood in the way, and just have the bulkhead there, I'll be happy with that. I'll feel like I got something done. made some forward progress. The big thing is if I start motoring for a long distance, that these struts won't vibrate out of place and put a crack in the hull. Right now I'm solid. I could fire up the motor and cruise around, but how many days would it go before one of these would vibrate loose? I need to go in there and glass them in. Yeah. No, they're pretty tight in there. I mean, I got a lot of confidence that they're gonna hold as is, but it's still a temporary fix. I'm not gonna feel like it's done until it's done. Yeah, it's like I got the problem stabilized, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. The biggest drawback right now, the thing that's keeping me slowed down as most, is I got like 5 or 6 battery packs, and each one of them, there's only one of them that holds a charge for more than a few minutes. So I got these cordless power tools, but I got to change a battery. I get a couple minutes of cutting or grinding done, and then I change the battery in another couple minutes, and that's it. Then I got to take it all to work and recharge them all, and I really need to get some new battery packs. Hell, man, nowadays the damn replacement batteries cost more than the whole tool. Yeah, it's just I gotta keep a good healthy balance between, I got one customer right now, and so I gotta keep him going, and I gotta keep the money flowing, but I also gotta balance that between that and not letting my mess over here get out of hand. You know, I spend all week, if I work all week every day over there at his place, I get nothing done here. And then I'm kicking myself for spending all my time over there helping him organize and clean up his place. And like I have money to get through the week and the weekend, but then I'm sitting there on a mess on this boat going, damn, how did I let myself get so far behind? All this laundry is backing up, and all this trash piling up, and repairs and upgrades I'm putting off. So yeah, I'll work a few days and then get a little money and buy a couple materials, things I need. If I buy $10 here, $10 there, and then $20 here and there every weekend, and then after a couple months of putting all together, then I take a day or two off plus a weekend, and just take the time to just work at it. I'll be really happy when I can get a set of jumper cables to run the drill off the house battery, so I don't have to, I just let the sun recharge it every day. As long as I got my rechargeable fans and lights charged up, then I can drain the house batteries down. Maybe, make sure I got an hour or two left of sunlight to bring them back up before nightfall, and I'm good. I don't have to worry too much about lights out here because I'm not anywhere near any boat traffic. Like, you can't even get in here unless you're in a like small John boat. It's like real skinny water here. Nobody is coming through here. There's no path behind me to go through, so they're just passing through side to side here, if anything, and going slow. You know, you go faster here, you break your boat. So, I'm not worried about like, oh, if my lights don't last through the night right here, I'm not gonna get a ticket or get in a wreck. If I was pretty much anywhere else in Florida, in any of the waterways in Florida, I'd be like, you really need to get back out of anywhere where it's kind of a dangerous thing to be out on the water at anchor at night with no light. You don't want to let your lights go out. So I'm always, when I'm cruising or in any place other than something like this, it's always a thing. Make sure you don't drain the main batteries down. All your heavy power consumption, do it in the mornings. Or like if it's going to rain for 3 days straight, don't do any power. Don't use any power excess because you won't be able to keep your lights on all night. And again, our Y boaters like me, we like to have a extra bank of batteries. You know, 2 balanced banks, and if one goes dead, you flip the switch to the other. You just keep a reserve that's more than enough to get through the night. It's nice, like this boat's set up to have 2 separate battery banks and 2 separate charge systems, 2 separate solar panels, everything redundant. But it is especially on a boat this small. And I'm a poor boy. I'm running on 150 watts. And honestly, the ultimate goal is to have about 400 watts of photovoltaic solar power on here. And I'm going to have some thermal panels that are not anything to do with photovoltaic. But that's like a project for way down in the future when I got the money to put it together. And I'll get all the wattage I need out of that system. But as far as like, I got so much roof area on this boat and I can only fit so many panels on it. So there's only so many watts I can get. And like, even if I completely covered the entire roof with as many panels as I could fit on it, there's only room for four, maybe 450, 500 if I really squeeze it in. And that's not enough to run the smallest air conditioner. You know, your most efficient, your most energy efficient, lowest wattage rated um, air conditioner unit is like 450 watts. And that's like continuous watts. So peak wattage is like 1,000, 1,200 peak. When you first crank it on, it spikes up to like 1,200 watts and then drops down to 450 after it's running. All the caps are full, you know, but yeah, it's not. If I had 500 watts on the roof, that's not enough to run that system. And then let me tell you about the amount of batteries you'd have to run that continuously at night. Oh my God. You need like double, triple that many watts of solar. Because, okay, so you put a 200-watt solar panel on your roof in the sun all day, even in Florida in the open sun, you're not getting a steady 200 watts of energy out of it all day. You know, you're getting like, when the sun's in just the right exact position on that panel and the temperatures are just exactly within the perfect range, you might get 180 watts out of it, you know, but that's for a few minutes, an hour, a couple hours tops. You know, you're not getting a steady 200. That's just what the panel's capable of. So then, you know, you figure that, you know, do you have enough panels to charge those batteries if you drain them all night, every night? If you drain them down to where they're dead, and then the next day, how many panels does it take? You know, if you're burning so many, it takes more panels than batteries to get those batteries back up in a day. Hey, Susan. I mean, a good general rule of thumb is 100 amp hour battery, you need a 100-watt solar panel to keep it charged. You know, that's just a general rule of thumb, you know. So 400 amp hours with 400 watts of solar is a pretty well balanced system. Welcome back, Chad. Oh man, stomach's doing flip-flops. I think I'm gonna have to smoke some pot. Have a little motivation. So I was going on TikTok, man. All these people just want to, man, I can't believe how many people are freaking entertained by the dumbest shit. I go on TikTok and it's just dumbass after dumbass after dumbass. Like, these people got viewers, man. Like, there's people on there getting 1 million views for picking their nose. Like, holy crap, man, I never saw so many freaking tarot card readers in my life. There's people making money, making a living, selling bullshit with tarot cards on TikTok. I can't believe it, man. uh, it's like Sabrina Kincaid's live psychic line. No, Susan, the weatherman, cheated me out of a day of work, really. I got up this morning and the weatherman said 100% chance of rain by 11. And then it was like 90% and in the high 80s and 90% rain all afternoon. So I went to the store, got some bacon and some breakfast, and came back here and took the day off. Yeah, I don't mind if it rains while I'm at work. I can find something to do inside. Like, hell, man, I'm trying to put together a shop. I got plenty of shit to organize in there. But, in fact, I just installed an AC in there. So I can, like, turn the air conditioner on and go indoors. So it's like, for me, if it rains when I'm at work, it's a break from work. I go indoors and organize the shop, which I love doing, and then freaking, I don't even feel like I'm working when I do that. I feel like I'm cheating him out of money because I like organizing the shop. But no, it needs to be done. And it's not really, because he's got two vehicles there that need a bunch of work on them. So I feel like, putting the shop together is getting it ready for me to do that work. So I don't feel like I'm jacking him out of anything. But no, it's a nice break. I don't mind it. I just don't like if it's going to be raining between 2 and 5, or like, all afternoon heavy rain means I'm in a heavy downpour in a canoe full of groceries with a wet cell phone, trying to get back home in the heavy, when the wind's strong and it's raining sideways. I don't want to be in that, like trying to get to and from. I don't mind being out here when it rains or being at work when it rains, but I don't want to be in between when it's raining. Adrian, welcome back. UK geographer. I kind of wonder, what the fuck does a geographer do these days now that the whole world is already mapped out? Like, I understand, like a geologist, you're studying rocks. But why are we still measuring the Earth? Can't we just look on Google Maps? Like, what does a geographer do? That's a serious question, Adrian. What does a geographer do in these days? I'm curious. I don't know anything about the field, really. Like, I know the definition of geo and graphy, the two Greek parts to the word. Yeah, Max, I feel like I could make a fortune if I just went on TikTok and told fortunes. Maybe, I don't know, man, just life coach. No, but I have to have a gimmick. Like, the tarot card readers, they got like, they put some mystical shit in the background and got some really cool things on the cards that make them seem magical. Oh, this dude I'm working for, man, he's got 2 or 3 chainsaws around the property that are electric. That's pretty cool. It's a little scary. Like, you You know, no noise. You just pull the trigger and it gouges, man. I don't even use them though. Most of the time, if I gotta cut something like that, I just use the Sawzall. It's way safer than a chainsaw, and you don't have to oil the chain. Oh, I found out he has what do you call it, a rotor tiller too. I've been out here digging in the ditches, laying pipes, and like stepping stones and digging fence posts and shit. And all this time, I'm like fighting with hard dirt with like a spike, you know, trying to break up the dirt and loosen it up. And then I find out, damn, there's a freaking rotor tiller right here. I could have just plugged it in and tilled up the ground before I started. Saved hours of work. Oh my God. And then, I got the rotor tiller working. It needed a little work. And dig in the back shed and find there's a freaking boring machine. Like, you kidding me? All these fence posts I dug by hand, and there's a fucking boring machine right here. I could have dug every one of these boreholes in seconds. Oh man, I did everything the hard way before finding out I had machines to do it for me right there on site. If I would have, the old man owned them, and he doesn't even know what they are, how they work, or what they do. They just happen to be there on his property. It's like he bought this like a box of stuff at the flea market, and he doesn't know what half of it is. He just thought, oh, that there's this cool trinket in there, and I'll buy the whole box. Like, you know, he'll buy the whole cartload of stuff, not knowing what most of it is. And you know, okay, that looks like it could be useful. I'll stick it back there in the shed, and someday somebody might find a use for it. You know, that's how he is. He's just a pack rat, and I keep finding things around it. He's like, "Do you know what this is?" I'm like, "What?" Yeah, that's what we were at the hardware store looking for last week. Like, I can't. I've been really trying to show him the importance of organization, because he's got like $250,000 worth of hardware in all these sheds. But every time we get to like where we're gonna go put something together or build something, and we could use some fasteners or hardware to do it, we can't find the hardware. It's just buried under buckets of stuff, and you just, like, it would take you longer to find the materials to build this thing than it would be to just go to the hardware store and buy the new stuff and build it, and then take stuff out of the old shed, organize it into the new shed you just built, and then you find like half of the stuff you just bought new is been there in a bucket somewhere, just couldn't find it. You know, it's like, what good is 40 lockers full of paint if you can't find the color you want when you need some paint? Like, if you dig through all your shit for 2 days looking for that paint and still can't find it, then it's no good. There's no point in storing it. It's just gonna sit there until the can rusts and the paint leaks out into the dirt. And you'll just go to the hardware store and buy a new can of paint before you find that old can of paint. Like, if your shit is that disorganized, just throw some shit away. You know, like, it's more important to have your space organized than to keep that shit that you're not gonna find when you need it. Like, the insanity that it causes to have all that shit is that it's not worth it. The couple dollars you save by saving it and holding on. That's one of the things. That's probably the most important job I'm doing for this old man, is just showing him how to let go of old stuff. That it's okay. That, like, that bucket of rusty screws, it's not gonna hurt you to throw it away. It might save you $1 someday, but right now it's costing you your sanity. So get rid of it. You need your property more than you need that bucket of stuff. That, you know, I can relate. I'm somewhat of a hoarder myself. I find it really hard to get rid of something I might need later, even though like I know I'm not going to use it anytime in the next 2 years, because I'm not going to find the time and the money to go to the hardware store and buy all the other stuff I need to make that project come together. And by the time I do, those two things that I saved for that event to save a few bucks, they've already rusted. Like they just got old sitting there in that bucket, you know? And it's just, that's the whole mentality of a hoarder. It's just like they can't bring themselves to let go of something they might save a dime not buying later. Oh man, I heard him talking about, like, this is the kind of person, he don't have a bunch of people over. He don't invite people over. He's embarrassed of his property. Like, none of the people he hangs out with on a daily are welcome over to his house because he would be embarrassed for them to see it, you know? And then lately it's been a different story. Lately it's been like, after 6 months of helping him straighten out around there, and neighbors coming around and going, man, this place looks so much better, and like him walking around and just finding more and more garden space to roam around, and like just seeing, the clutter picked up, and the garden revealing itself, and the plants are blooming now. We're in the rainy season, so everything's growing fast and blooming, and it's just, his yard's really looking nice. And it's a different story. Like, he's like, oh, this dude that used to work for me over here, he hasn't seen the place since before I met you, and he's coming by, man, he's gonna flip out when he sees how different it looks now, like he's bragging on his place instead of embarrassed of it, and so that makes me feel like, yeah, it makes me feel a good sense of accomplishment, because, no one task I've done for this guy is really the goal. The overall goal is to get him, look, the man has maximum another 20 years of life left in him. He's almost 80, and he's not getting around real good. He's not in real bad health for his age or anything, but hell, man, just being realistic. When you're 80, everything you can still get up and do in a day is a big freaking plus. And you really need to be at that point when you have no family or caregivers to be around you in your last days. You really need to make your property as maintenance free as possible. That's what I'm trying to do for him, is get it to where the property kind of handles itself, and he just got to like snip a branch here or there, but doesn't have to climb up a ladder to fix anything, because you can't be 85 and trying to climb up a ladder and fix a problem on your roof, Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get it to where, like, instead of him having to drag a garden hose around this corner and down that, in the dry season, I'm getting it all set up to where he just goes over and turns the valve on the manifold, and it waters that entire sector of his property. It just waters it. The sprinkler does it. Like those kind of things where, yeah, today you water that sector, and for an hour or two, and then tomorrow or 2 days later you water that other sector for an hour or two, and during the dry season There's a lot of times they have water restrictions, and you can only water so much of your property on certain hours. You know, um, trying to set it up where, like, toward the end of the rainy season, during the rainy season, you don't need water catchment. Because it's raining every day. But during the beginning, before it really sets in, and at the end of rainy season, if you have a water catchment system, like all your corner downspouts put water into barrels, you don't have to store that water. And the biggest danger of storing that water is you're breeding mosquitoes. But say you catch that water and it runs into a bunch of trickle hoses, and then it distributes itself throughout the plants that don't get water, the ones that are under the eaves and like that you would normally have to water even in the rainy season. You know, the whole point is getting it all set up to where it's automatic for him, and it just doesn't have to do anything. You know. I want to install all new gutters around the whole roof of his property, and get the screens on them so they're not filling up with leaves and getting clogged. Like, that's the problem, is gutters got full of leaves, and then they fill up with debris, and then they flood, and then they're so heavy they fall off the nails. You know, because no one ever put screens in them. It's just little things like that I'm going around doing, just kind of try to set it up to where I think I may need to come back here every year. Like, this would probably be a spot I stop by every year for a month or two and do a little more work on his property. Just make sure he's still alive, like, doesn't have any major issues that are overwhelming him. I'll probably once or twice here and there throughout the year come by this port. But I'm trying to set it up to where his property is so maintenance free that it doesn't get overwhelming in the in between time when I'm somewhere else, and I can kind of be that guy that's just make sure he's okay every year. He doesn't have any family checking on him. Yeah, he's retired. I don't think he has any actual income. He's living on his savings and retirement, which, he's not rich, not by any stretch. He's not rich at all, but he doesn't need to work. He's got enough money to go the rest of his next 20 years without working, no problem. He was telling me one day about how he doesn't have any family and no one's gonna. And I was joking. I was just like, man, you could put me in your will. If I don't. I was just joking, but I don't. I think he actually, like, seriously considered it. Like, and then he goes, eh, that's not something I would tell somebody if I put them in my will. And totally, hey, fair enough. That's probably wise. You wouldn't want someone to know if you put them in your will, because then they might one day get the temptation to, like, end you quicker, so they can enjoy the money. Like, I couldn't imagine ever doing something like I've never been money oriented like that. Like, I'd rather see my friend alive than have his money. you know, I just, yeah, I can't imagine wanting to end anyone's life, even if I couldn't stand them. Like, I might want to take someone's life for justice or to defense, but not just to get their money. I think as a child, learning survival skills is kind of part of what set me off aside, uh, set me apart from others in a lot of ways. Is like, and why I can just like jump out on a limb and go, just go and say fuck it all, and just jump on a sailboat and sail out of port with $100 in my pocket, not knowing where I'm going or where I'm gonna get my next dollar. And I like, I could be broke and can't pay my rent, and boss wants me to do something that I don't find morally, like it's immoral or whatever, or it's just not right. I can just walk away from it and I'll be okay. Like as long as there's a patch of wood somewhere where I can go get, some a stream where I can catch a fish, I'm not gonna starve. I'll be fine. I might have to bend a rule or two to get by, but I'm not gonna, do anything. I don't have to do anything immoral because I'm not afraid to be without money. Like people that don't know how to survive are afraid to not have the money they need to go to the store and buy the food. They don't know how to survive the animals in the wilderness. They're right to be afraid. They like if you don't have your house to keep you safe, these animals out here will eat you if you don't know what to do out here. You don't know how to get by with nature. It will consume you. Like these people only know how to get by in our society with money. And so it's understandable that people are afraid and do some crazy shit to make sure they keep their job or their place. Their car got to stay running, their insurance has to be paid. It all has to be kept up or it all crumbles. And so people will do some pretty desperate stuff to keep up with that Jones. Whereas I'll just step out of it, go walk up in the mountains for a month and be like, come back a month or two later and be like, okay, uh, feeling refreshed, a little skinnier maybe, but like my sanity is still intact. Yeah, well, don't get me wrong, Susan. Like my sister's been there for me a couple times when I really needed it, but um, it wasn't always like that. Like we didn't always stay in touch. It's not that she wouldn't have been there for me before, but like it's only recently I started traveling with a cell phone in my pocket. Like I've got decades of stories that were never documented because I didn't have a cell phone and there was no YouTube. Like the internet was pretty new. like like people had cell phones when I started traveling, but they were kind of like really big and bulky and heavy and yeah, it was like the cell phone was like briefcase size. But yeah, even when everybody else was carrying cell phones, I was still traveling around without a pager, you know, just using a paper map. And it was actually my sister that got me into carrying a cell phone. She's like, I don't want you out there traveling around with no way to call for anybody if you need something. And I'm like, I've been doing it for decades. And she's like, yeah, but I don't want you doing that anymore. Here's a phone. I'll pay for it. You keep it in your pocket. Like, okay. I am really lucky because that's why I have YouTube. And like otherwise, no one would ever know what I'm doing out here, where or what. Like I wouldn't know what the weather's gonna be. I'd just be playing everything by ear. You know how much harder it is to navigate. You know how much safer it is with a float plan and a weather. You know, weather predictions and wind predictions and like man, it's 1,000 times easier and safer out here. But yeah, man, I traveled coast to coast across this country on foot several times without any emergency phone contact, no cell phone, just a compass and paper maps. Hell, one time I went across country from California to Florida, and I started out with literally the clothes on my back. Like I had to make a backpack and then fill it with the gear. I didn't just set out across the country and put shit together. I stayed in San Francisco, camped out in the woods and scavenged and built a backpack, and then filled it with all the survival gear I needed, piece by piece. What I could make or find or borrow or buy, like barter, and got together a survival setup and then set out across the country. Yeah, I wouldn't even recommend a man do that these days because it's insane. Because there's too many insane people out there doing insane shit. And dude, the people that are on foot with a backpack traveling across the country looking homeless, whether you are or not, you're you're a target, bro. You become the target for all the psychos out there that are just looking for somebody with no witnesses to freaking screw with. Like, there's been a couple times I've um, hitchhiked across the country with a girl just because the girl was gonna go across. She wanted to travel and on. She wanted to hitchhike across the country and didn't want to do it alone. Like, not even a girlfriend. Just like, don't do that by yourself. You won't make it. Like, don't do that. And here, let me go with you. Just so you're not dead. So you can get there and call your mom and say it's okay. I'm here. I'm alive. Because damn, man. And it's more dangerous for me traveling with a girl than without, because I become more of a target, especially if she's pretty. Man, like some of the most dangerous travels I ever did on foot across country was with a female with me. Um, you get a lot more offers for rides faster, but you're also under constant threat from every nut job out there. And if you're with a girl who's foolish and doesn't listen when you say, no, we're not going to camp where they told us to camp. And no, we're not going to drink that drink that they just passed you. Don't drink that. No, don't eat that unknown pill that they're trying to get you to eat. Like, no. Like, if you have to explain the basics to them, you probably not, you don't want to travel with someone like that, because they're going to freaking get you in some serious problems, man. You just got to be always on your toes in those situations. Yeah, man. A lot of people have this idea, like, they're driving down the road in their car and they see that rough looking hitchhiker with a backpack on and they freak out. No, no, don't pick him up. He's a psycho. He could be, y'all watch too many movies. Right? In the movies, that lonely hitchhiker walking down the road is always a psycho. But in reality, it's the person who stops and picks him up who's more likely to be the psycho. And the fact of the matter is, that lonely hitchhiker traveling across country on foot with a backpack has probably been stopped 300 times by the police and had his name ran. Like in every state line, every time he crosses a state line or goes from one jurisdiction through to another, someone calls the law and he gets stopped and investigated. Every single county. Like, he's the most checked out dude in the entire freaking country. But you know who's not checked out? Is the guy stopping and offering him a ride. Those people are some of the most creepy motherfuckers I've ever met. Were the ones that seemed like just regular Joes pull over and offer you a ride, and they don't seem like anything out of the ordinary till after you get in the car. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, that's why I did a lot of walking across this country, because hitchhiking is insane. But there was a few times when I needed to get somewhere, and I stuck my thumb out. And let me tell you what, those were some of the scariest times of my life. I'd tell you stories you wouldn't even believe it. You wouldn't even believe it, man. I'd tell you about, I got kidnapped and held hostage for 2 days by a couple of brothers that had um, kidnapped a family, tied them up, stole their car, and robbed 4 stores. And they picked us up because I looked like the older brother of the two of them. Like, we had the same style, like, but same body shape and same facial structure and the same length and color of hair. Like, we looked very similar. And I think their plan was to make me and my buddy, like, disguise us as them to get away, because they knew that there was, and their plan was to kidnap a busload of children and take them into Mexico and hold them hostage for money. And they were going to use me and my buddy that they picked up hitchhiking to, as part of their getaway, as decoys for their getaway. Yeah, that shit happened to me. That's just, I'm just, yeah. And it just gets crazier and crazier from there. Wow. Yeah, and the more I think about it, it's like, I no sooner had I extricated myself from that situation before I woke up the next morning and watched a bank robbery. Like, dude robbed the bank right before my very eyes. I had just woke up, rolled up my sleeping bag, and put my pack together, was getting ready. I just sat down to have a smoke before I started my hike for the day, and was sitting on there was a concrete wall dividing the bank from the next property over, and I was sitting on that wall with my feet dangling down, and just like having a smoke, and watched a bank robbery take place in front of me. I'm like, holy fuck, I just got out of this insanity over here, and I'm like, damn, dude, like, crap. Like, yeah, the I-5 killer was a psycho truck driver that was picking up prostitutes and killing them for God. He thought he was doing God's work. Oh, there were 3 psycho serial killers that had left homeless people dead all the way down the entire eastern seaboard from New England to Florida. And they finally caught them in Key West the night after I encountered them. And yeah, they stalked me the night before they got arrested. They had stalked me and decided to go target some people on the beach down adjacent from where I was. That shit happened. I was on Higgs Beach, and man, that was a creepy night too. That was weird. Those two weirdos came up on me. I didn't never even seen the third guy until he was in the police car the next morning. I only saw two of them. But I just had this weird, creepy feeling about them. They kept trying to get in. Kept trying to position themselves to where the one guy was trying to distract me while the other was just trying to like nonchalantly wander around behind me. And I kept moving myself out from between them, but and it was just the weirdest conversation the dude was trying to hold with me. It was just like, dude, normal people don't ask people these questions like this. It was weird. It's like, am I at a job interview or something? What the fuck? He was asking me the weirdest questions. What's up, Devin? I was just talking about some of the crazy encounters I had hiking across the country when I would go out and stick my thumb out on the highway, like some of the weird fucked up situations I ended up in, by getting in the wrong car with the wrong... Oh, let me tell you about one time I got in a car with a dude. I'll never forget his name because his name was David Selby. David Allen Selby. You motherfucker, wherever you are out there in the world, if you're still alive, David Selby. If I didn't freaking like you, I'd want to smack you upside the head, you stupid motherfucker. Got caught up with that dude. I didn't think he was a bad dude, He kind of had a magnetic personality, but damn, he got me in some trouble. Like, I had no idea what kind of shit I was getting in the car with that drunk. I get in the car and we're going down the road, and it doesn't take long for me to realize this guy's a little tipsy and his driving ain't so good. And so I'm kind of worried about his driving, And we stop in a store and he gets a 12-pack. I'm like, oh, fuck. And I'm thinking, God, we're both going to die. It's too late. It's late at night now. And I'm like, damn, dude. Like, I'm not going to get a ride out of this area. There's nowhere I know of to camp in here. I don't want to be out on the road right now. But this dude is not safe to be with, man. And he comes out of the store with a 12-pack and asks me if I want to drive. And I'm like, shit, yeah. So, I'm not questioning it because, dude, I'm just relieved that I don't have a drunk driving now. And it's really rare. I thought, wow, this guy is fucking actually gonna... Usually the drunks are too stubborn to just let a total stranger drive their car, Like, they don't know that they're drunk and incapacitated, and they don't trust you, the stranger, more than they trust themselves driving their own vehicle, even though they're shit-faced drunk. So it's usually more of like arm twisting event, trying to get a drunk to pass off the control of the driver's seat, So I was really relieved, and I didn't question it until I got pulled over because he threw a cigarette butt out the window, and the cop ran the car and found out it was stolen. No, Susan, not a good deal. Found at... and it is the craziest thing too, because there a bunch of cops were running radar, and they got a few cars in line, and they were deciding whether to pull me over or the guy behind me. And I said, be chill, man, there's a cop behind us. And he's like, fuck that cop, threw a cigarette butt out the window, and the cop chose me. And if it wouldn't have been for him throwing that cigarette butt out the window, we would have just kept driving. We would have got where we're going, and I wouldn't have gone to jail. But as it is, turns out the car was stolen. So I went to jail because I was driving it. How do you like them apples? So, two things saved me from a conviction was that an old doctor had let me stay the night at his house the night before. And he asked me, he said, look, if anything ever happens where you need some help or you need somebody, here's my number, give me a call. And I had thrown that number in my wallet. He seemed like a nice dude. It wasn't like no homo shit, and it was just an old dude being nice, and I never expected to call it, but I threw it in my wallet and thanked him and thought nothing of it until then when I was in jail. And I realized, wait a minute, this guy will testify that I was in another state when this car was stolen. And so I had to call on the old man, and I had to be like, dude, listen, I'm in jail. I don't want you to bail me out or anything like that. If it comes down to it, all I want you to do is tell the truth. Where you met me, when the last time you saw me, and all that. Would you do that for me? Like, he's a credible witness that can prove I was in another state when that car was stolen. And he was down. He's like, yeah, I got you. But don't ever call me again. It's like, don't ever call me again after this. And I was like, you got it, man. Oh, man. See, that could have been a great friend for life. The friendship was ruined. See, David Selby, you don't realize how much of my life you ruined by that little stupid fucking event that you got me caught up in by picking me up and giving me a ride in your stolen car, you fucking asshole. And yeah, I'm calling you out if you're still out there alive and you ever see this, you fucking asshole. Sitting in jail with the same dude, and he was sitting there telling me about, man, I got you in this, don't worry about it, I got your back, man, I'll make sure you're okay. Some gangsters decided to pick a fight with me in there, and he didn't fucking lift a finger to step in. I got in 3 fights in that jail, and not once did he have my back. Not once. Not only are you a fucking retard and an asshole for getting me caught up in your shit, but you're also a coward to back down from all of those fights that you said you would be there for me in. Nah, you piece of garbage. Now that I think about it, he's probably making money betting on those fights. Or trying to. He probably the one that arranged them, got me into him in the first place. Yeah, you run into those types out there. They're not out there just to look at nature, get away from the rigmarole. They're running from some crazy shit. I met a young dude that borrowed his dad's car, his brand new Ford Saline. It was a pre-release car. Like, it was back in like 2002. And it was like a 2002 back in 2001 is what I'm saying. Like how new this car was when it was new. And this kid took his dad's car out and put a big massive dent all the way down one side of it from front to back. And so he didn't want to go home. So this rich spoiled brat had freaking was driving across the country and picked me up hiking through the desert. I was out in the middle of the salt flats in Utah, in the most desolate desert in northern America. Like the driest climate, super deadly climate, man. This dude picks me up out in the middle of nowhere, and he's doing like 200 mph through the desert, acting like a total idiot. Wads of hundreds in his pocket and afraid to go home and face his dad. That's kind of a funny story too, because he picked me up right before he picked me up. A state trooper stopped and we had a little chat, you know, and he was actually a nice trooper, one of the nicest cops I've ever met on my travels. When I was on foot traveling, it was very seldom that I met a cordial and congenial cop, and he was totally respectful. And in fact, it was like when he came up on me, he wasn't planning on running my name. I saw him, he pulled up way back, got out of his car, was walking toward me, and I was like, ah, shit, here we go again. So I'm reaching for my wallet, and the cop's like, nah, I don't need that, don't worry about it. He's just like, just want to make sure you're okay, you got everything you need, have you got plenty of water? You know, because I'm in the middle of the salt flats. And then I was like, oh yeah, man, I'm carrying more weight and water than anything. Like I had 160 pounds on my back and most of it was water. I'm like, damn. I'm like, no, but can you give me a ride? It's hot out here. And he's like, I would give you a ride, but I'm at the end of my beat. Like, I'm just going to go up here a ways and turn around and come back. You know? And I'm like, oh, all right, cool. I didn't really believe him, but, you know, now I'm in a car with a kid that's doing 220 miles an hour down the freeway, and I know there's a cop up ahead who claims he's about to be coming back this way. And I told the kid, I was like, you might want to slow down until we pass the state trooper, because I just talked to a state trooper that said he was coming back this way. And he's like, nah, man, there ain't no cops out here. And just right as he was saying that, we went by that cop. And oh, shit, man. Holy shit. I don't know how fast that cop's car goes, but he was behind us really fast. I was impressed at how that Dodge Hemi caught up to us so fast. We were in a Ford Saline and he was in a Dodge Hemi, but it was a souped up Dodge. And I don't know, man, but now here's where it gets crazy, because the cop pulls us over and we're going, you know, he's supposed to automatically take the kid to jail because he's doing more than 100 miles an hour over the speed limit. You know, he was doing like 140 miles over the speed limit or so. And so that's just automatic jail. And so I'm thinking, well, when I saw the lights come on and him get behind us, and I see my first question is, am I gonna die or is this kid gonna pull over? Because he ain't a good enough driver to get away. Like I already know he's a shitty driver because he's already been up a couple people's tailpipes a couple times. You know, like I already know this kid don't know how to drive safely at high speeds. You know, and I'm like, okay, if he don't pull over, we're probably both gonna die in a fiery wreck. You know, but he pulled over, so I'm like, okay, now my question is, am I going to go to jail or am I going to be walking again? You know, but I know this kid's going to jail. He pulls us over, and the cop asks for his driver's license and ID, and he looks over and nods at me and recognizes me. And he goes back and runs the kid's ID and comes back, and he's like, this is not even a driver's license. This kid has a permit to drive. And he says, you know, I would have to take you to jail if you didn't pick this guy up. But I'm not going to run his license because I already ran it and I know his license is clean. So you have a licensed driver in the car. He says, if you wouldn't have picked him up, you'd be going to jail right now. Because you ain't even supposed to drive without a licensed driver in the car. And then second of all, I'm supposed to take you to jail for the speed limit you were doing, the speed you were doing, but I'm going to write you a ticket for the maximum I can write without taking you to jail. Is that okay with you? He's like, yeah, that's fine. And I'm like, and he says, in fact, if it wasn't for you picking him up, I would be taking you to jail. And even though, like, the only reason I'm not taking you to jail is because I know he needs a ride out of this desert, and you're going to get him out of this desert real quick. Like, that was his exact words. He's like, the only reason I'm letting you go is because he needs out of this desert, and you're getting him there fast. And like... And I don't know if I almost wanted to tell the cop, no, take him to jail, I'll walk. You know, but I was like, because he was scaring me with his driving, man. The kid was not a good driver, and he's in a fast car. And, you know, it's like, man, I ain't going to pretend I wasn't scared. You know, even on a straight road, when you can see 3 miles ahead of you, at 220 miles an hour, anything you see coming up in front of you is already behind you. You know, like at night, you see those red tail lights ahead of you. Oh, those are white lights in your back view already. Like the second your mind registers that they're there, you already passed it. Yeah, you just can't be driving at those speeds acting lackadaisical and like not getting over in the passing lane when you see another vehicle ahead. You don't wait till you're on their tailpipe hitting your brakes to get over in the other lane. That's what the way he was driving is like. He would wait till he's right up on their ass to start and then lay on the brakes. And it's like, dude, just use the other fucking lane, retard. You know, like I would have been in the other lane like a mile ago, because you're doing 220. Like, just like ease up on the brakes, man, and just use the other fucking lane. Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable to shit, man. I rode from Tennessee to Central Florida at 150 miles an hour with the cruise control locked in, steering with my knee, rolling a joint and smoking one. Like, no problem. But 150 in a car that rides like your living room couch, is different than 220. And you still got to be making your move to adjust for, things in the road, whatever's happening. You have to be adjusting way in advance. You don't have braking time. Like if somebody ahead of you hits their brakes and you're not already slowing way the fuck down and out in the other, you're gonna wreck, because you can't just, when you're doing 220 and you just lay into the brakes, your car will flip. It'll just start spinning out, rolling and flipping. Like you can't just lay on the brakes. You just letting off of the gas slows you down so fast that it's like braking. Like you have to let off the gas and then wait a while for the momentum to ease down and ease into the brakes. Like, oh. But a lot of young kids, man, they don't know that till they get in a couple wrecks. Yeah, yeah. If you're going fast enough, the spots on the road they're just solid lines. No, I like to drive fast, but there's a safe way to drive fast. There's a relative safety involved in just not taking uncalculated risks, and like reacting way ahead of time, and making sure that you can see there's no entrance and exits for long distances, all the way to horizon. If you can see from horizon to horizon with no exits or entrances, and there's nothing to hit, nothing for someone to unexpectedly pull out from behind, then yeah, it's pretty safe to do some pretty high speeds, you know. But how often do you drive and you're in those, it's not like a racetrack where everyone on the track is a professional race car driver, and nobody's gonna just suddenly slam on their brakes and stop for a stray cat. If somebody spills some oil on the track, the black flag is waving. Like everybody's getting the signal. If somebody wrecks, there's a freaking EMT crew there ready, and they put the fire out and drag him out and patch him up. Everybody's surrounded by a steel roll cage. They're in a fireproof suit they're covered from head to toe in fireproofing, and they got a 5-point bucket restraint with a helmet, and they're locked into place to where their body can't even be bounced around, and all the breakable shit's been removed from the cockpit. Like there's nothing there, but there's a steel firewall between them and the engine. Like race car driving is not the same car you're driving on the highway with a bunch of idiots. It's not the same. I'm just a firm believer there's a time and a place for that kind of fun, and driving fast can be really fun, but damn, man, use some sense about it. Not on I-4 in the middle of rush hour traffic going from Orlando to Disney World. It's not the time to be doing 180, 200 miles an hour. It's not the time or the place. Yeah, even when you think you're out in the wilderness and there's nothing out there, there's that big 16-foot crocodile laying out in the middle of the road when you least expect it. Looked like a freaking rubber tire until you got up on it. Yeah, You ever hit a 16-foot gator doing 180 miles an hour on a motorcycle? That'll change your point of view about speeding in the wilderness. Hell, man, I hit a big grasshopper. You know those big, huge black and orange and red grasshoppers that get like the size of your fist here in Florida? I hit one of those doing about 135, 140 miles an hour on my motorcycle. Hit it with my pinky on my knuckle, and it almost knocked me. Man, I fishtailed down the freeway. It almost killed me. I'm like, damn, man, just an insect. Like, just an insect can take you out at those speeds, and it feels like a bullet hitting you. It knocked my knuckle out of socket. It put the pinky joint up on top of the freaking metacarpals. Like, wow, man. It almost knocked me off the bike. You ever ride a bike and have your front wheel wobble at 140 miles an hour? You know, that's scarier than fishtailing. When your front wheel fishtails at 140 miles an hour. It's like, and you got one hand on the freaking handlebar. My whole body jerked back, and all of my body weight yanked on the right side of the handlebar. My left hand came off the handlebar, and that's what caused the whole wobble. And I somehow recovered from it and didn't wreck, but my finger was wrecked. Like, my hand was wrecked. Man, on a motorcycle, raindrops hurt. You're on a motorcycle doing 20 miles an hour, wearing a long sleeve shirt, and it starts a little bit of rain spatter, just a little bit. A little drizzle feels like needles going through your skin. Every raindrop feels like a sewing needle sticking into your chest, like, and arms and legs. Every piece of skin that's not covered with leather is going to feel like needles are piercing it at 25, 30 miles an hour. So imagine doing 40, 50 and a shower just unleashes on you. It literally stings unless you're wearing all leather, or, you know, like motorcycle. That's why people wear all that armor on their motorcycle. It's not just for skidding. Man, I used to ride around in flip-flops. I think about it, how many times I rode for 200 miles in a day wearing flip-flops and blue jeans and a t-shirt. Like, damn, dude. I think about if I had ever wrecked like that, I would have been mangled. Oh, man. Like, one time I hit a armadillo, and I tried hard to avoid it. I juked right and he went right, and I went left and he went left, and I was like, I'm gonna go down the middle, and he jumped to the middle, and I'm like, would you just pick a lane? And I'm like, I stayed straight, and he stayed there, and it spat, and then that was it, man. And man, I was lucky I was wearing steel-toed boots, because otherwise it would have broke my foot. Oh yeah, I riding through Orlando traffic every day, all year, day to day as a like to get to work and back. Let me tell you, man, there was probably at least an average of 3 times a day where I almost got killed. every day, every day, where somebody, you swear they're looking right at you, they see you, they nod at you, and then do the most unexpected dumb thing like pulling left out of the right turn lane across 3 lanes of traffic, cutting you off and running you over. Oh, the scariest, I think one time I was caught, but I hate getting in this position, but I got caught in between 2 semi trucks. Like, the traffic in the left lane was heavy bumper to bumper, and there was a semi in the right lane, and I had to get away from this idiot in the left lane. And I got behind the semi, and I'm thinking I'm fine until another semi pulled in behind me. And now I'm kind of nervous, you know. I'm like, okay, this could be really bad, but it's also in a way it's good because, semi drivers tend to be good drivers, But we are in town in heavy traffic. We go past this girl who's wearing seashell bra, like big, huge boobs showing and selling hot dogs in a bikini on the side of the road. And then we turn a corner and come up on a red light, and the truck in front of me is putting on the brakes pretty quick, and the truck behind me is still looking at the girl in the freaking seashells and not paying attention. And the lane to my left was bumper to bumper, no room. And to my right, immediately to the right, there's no emergency lane, there's no sidewalk, there's just a curb and a wooden fence. I mean, this is like one of the worst case scenarios. About to get smushed between these 2 trucks. I just gunned it and rode up on the curb. And I don't know how, but it was like I was riding sideways. And every time the wheels are about to fall off the curb to the left, my right handle grip hit one of the fence posts, and it would bump my wheel to the right and bounce me back up onto the curb. And so I was just doing like this wave on the curb where it kept keeping me up onto the curb all the way around the truck in front of me. And then I slid out in front of the truck in the intersection, like into the sidewalk, into the crosswalk in front of the truck that was stopped in front of me, you know. Like just so close to his front grill where he had to stand up and look to see where I went. And it was like, whoo. And the truck behind is slamming on his brakes, skidded to a halt, just barely, you couldn't fit a piece of paper between his front bumper and the other truck's back bumper where I had been just seconds before. And then I look over across the intersection in the left lanes, there's a cop there. And sure enough, I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm about to get busted, pulled over, and charged with some reckless driving shit. And the cop looked at me, nodded, and gave me the thumbs up. And I'm, okay, thank God he saw what happened. Like he knows I'm not being reckless. I'm just saving my own skin. I wasn't trying to pull any fancy move. I was just, trying not to get smushed. A giant freaking motorcycle compactor was closing in on me. I was like, crunch. Ooh, that was a close one. Got out of that by the skin of my teeth. Hey Dice, welcome here. Oh, yeah, life is short. riding's fun, but I'm not a big fan of riding a motorcycle in Orlando traffic in rush hour anymore. Those people crazy. Happy Tuesday. I had one guy run me off the road because he was laughing at my bike because it wasn't a Harley. I'm like, dude, I'm on my way to work, just trying to go to work, man. He pulls up next to me, making fun of me, talking shit, going, get a Harley. And I'm like, dude, I don't remember what he was driving, but it was some piece of shit beater foreign car like a Yugo or something, you know? And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? Where's your Harley? Like, and he got all mad and started trying to run me off the road. And he eventually succeeded in running me off the road. Man. I started carrying a tire iron on the bike after that. Next motherfucker tries some shit like that, I'm gonna put a tire iron through his windshield. It's like, I better just stop riding a bike, man, because I'm starting to get violent tendencies, having violent thoughts on my way to work. You know, it was just a peaceful ride to work till that fucktard pulled up next to me, started some shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. I like Harleys, but if I had to pick a bike that I want to ride every day to and from work, of all the bikes out there, I would not pick a Harley, especially not in those days. Like back in like 2003, around that time, you're like, why the fuck would I want a Harley? Is a great bike to invest in or to ride every Sunday with your bros down, you know, through the rally and shit. Like, it's a great bike that you could buy and like do a bunch of artwork on it and make it unique, and the value might go up on it, you know. But it's not the best bike to ride around or cross country or through traffic. It's, you know, they're just not the, you know, if you want one that's going to get you there without breaking down, you know, and without costing you an arm and a leg every time there's a problem, you know, it certainly wasn't Harley. Yeah, like if you wanted to ride across the country in comfort and pull a trailer with some gear in it, you want a Honda Goldwing. You know, I don't know what's out there these days. It might be better now, but you know, back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, man, a Honda Goldwing was the cruising bike of the century. You wanted to travel cross country and haul some gear too, and your girl in a nice comfortable back seat with a big windjammer and a radio and warm, you know, those big gloves you can put your hands into to get a hold of the handlebars, you know, so your hands are warm when it's cold. You know, like, they had everything. They're set up for cruising and comfort style, man. And they got really good gas mileage. They had a really low center of gravity and just a nice, you know, like, really, they ran for, you get 300,000 miles before anything break down on it. Yeah. And if you wanted to win the race, it's still, even say, okay, late 80s, early 90s, You weren't going to win the race with a Harley Davidson. You're going to win it with a Kawasaki KZ 1100. Yeah, yeah, the Japanese made a better bike in the 90s. I mean, the Harley was like one of the few bikes that would go up in value off the showroom floor, though. Like that's what I liked about Harleys is they're a good investment sometimes, and or like a Norton, you could get a Norton, restore it, and you don't ride it every day though. That's something you polish it up every day. Like you take it and start it every week, and then you run it around the block once a month to make sure it stays running in working order and doesn't rust. You know, but you don't ride it around in the street in traffic and get it dinged up. The one you get dinged up is the one you ride every day. That's not investment. That's your everyday beat it up. The bike you ride every day is going to get laid down. You're going to get some dings in the tank. The side plate's going to get cracked. The foot peg is going to get broken off. You're going to break a mirror or a turn signal, once in a while, because that's life. You wouldn't want to do that with a nice customized Harley or Indian or Norton. You wouldn't want to do that. Just like you wouldn't drive it to work and park it in the middle of where a bunch of big heavy machinery is running. The Honda R1000, yeah, that was a beast. The GSXR 1000, in its day, I would have gone for like just the 750 or maybe the 900. I believe they made with a 900 GSXR. Because I was like, in the day when they came out with those bikes, I was probably 150 pounds, 160 soaking wet. And the 1000 or the 1100 just wouldn't really respond to my body weight like a 9 or a 750, 800, something like that. Like, yeah, I'm not going to win the race by an all-out stretch in the top end with that bike. But, sometimes the great thing about a bike isn't necessarily having the fastest top end as much as having the right bike for your body that responds to you, and because you're dealing with traffic and lights, and it's more about how fast do you get from one light to the next. Yeah, I remember the Magna. That was another cafe style bike, right? You had you kind of like sitting back with your feet forward. Tell the truth, I have lower back problems, and I didn't like those bikes. I like the bike with the, like the something with dual overhead cams, four banger, air cooled, liquid cooled engine. Something with a tank I could lay forward on and put my feet on the back pegs. I put a pack with some padding or a jacket in it on the tank itself, and then lay forward and put my feet back. And that way I'd have my head down, my face down below the windjammer, and my back would be straight. But if I was sitting on a Harley or a cafe style bike, my lower back would kind of like hunch over like I'm slouching in my seat in school. And I'd end up with a backache. Yeah, I honestly really like the rice burners better. Like the Ninja style. Now they're the Hayabusas and the GSXRs. I like that configuration where you can lay forward rather than sitting back into a seat cushion with your feet up. I think probably the real important thing is though, like the center of gravity on a bike is important to me. Like, I'm not a really strong guy. I'm not a really big guy, and the heavier the bike, the lower the center of gravity needs to be. Like, I need to be able to lay it down on its side and pick it back up. And if you can't pick your bike up off the ground from like completely laid down on its side, not on the kickstand, just laying on its side, if you can't lift it back up onto its wheels, you probably shouldn't ride it. Yeah, I do like that about the Magna. And you know what? The Honda Magna, if you were a short-legged kind of person, it was kind of like the Harley Sportster, where the engine was in front of the seat. Like the seat sits so low that short legs could reach the ground, even though it was a heavy motor. And the center of gravity was so low that it wasn't that hard to lift it up. Like, the handlebars are so much leverage on that motor because there's so much height difference from where the motor is centered. Yeah, it's a great little bike. I just, because of my back problems, I found that like I couldn't sit in one for hours without getting a backache. Over hours across the highway, it just wasn't a comfortable ride for me as leaning forward onto a tank. 120 on a Magma. Oh, well, 1100. Yeah, I was gonna say. Not the 750s. Only what, like the 750s only 5 speeds, uh, and I don't think it'll do 120. Well, it might, I guess, but it'd really be redlining. I had a 750 Seiko with a shaft drive, and that was it was weird. It was kind of like a hybrid between the cafe style and the Rice Rocket, where it had a four banger with dual overhead cams, but it was air cooled and shaft driven. And it only had 5 speeds. It was but it was really fast off the line, like really low, geared low. The thing would just jump into traffic, but once you hit 120, that was it. Like, you ain't outrunning anybody after that. Just needed one more gear to go any faster. I tell you what I liked about it though, man, the thing was just really smooth. Like, if you wanted to just chill out and you're not trying to be in a hurry race or anything, and you're just going from point A to point B chilling, popping and gearing the takeoff, there's just no chain, no jump. It's just direct shaft drive. So when you ease into a gear, it would just transition from dead stop to going from gear to gear. It would be so smooth. Like, as long as you're not dumping the clutch, there was no jolt in the shifting at all. You could go from one gear to the next without feeling any difference. Like, you know how you feel how you hit the clutch, the bike slows down, and then it lurches forward as you release the clutch, and it's like there's always that little between each gear. You don't feel that with a shaft drive. If you're driving smooth, unless you get in a hurry and you're speed shifting, you don't feel any of that transition between gears. It's almost as smooth as a belt drive. Or if you just hit it at the right RPMs, you can actually slip it from one gear to the next without even using the clutch. If you get the right RPMs, you just let off the gas and the gear just goes into gear without even touching the clutch. Nissan 300ZX. Oh, that's a fun car. I worked at a car lot where I got to drive a lot of different cars. And the 300ZX, I gotta say, that was one of the most fun cars to drive that they ever brought in there. I mean, including the Viper, man. They had a Dodge Viper that came. I didn't have as much fun in it as I did with the 300ZX. Or I think mostly because I was too uptight about driving it, and it got too much attention. The Viper, like you start it up and go turn the corner, and there's like every cop in the city is like following you around and make sure you don't turn without using the turn signal. But the 300ZX, it's pretty sporty looking too, man. It's just not as attention getting, I think. I just like the Nissan Z series. The whole Z series was just a really cool. The 280Zs were fun. The 240. Remember the Datsun 240Z before Nissan bought them? A lot of people don't know about that car. The original Z was actually a Datsun. Did you know that? The original Z was the 240Z by Datsun, and then Nissan bought them out. And that was before they had fuel injection, but it was one of the first cars with a posi track rear end. Little bitty go-kart size car with a posi track rear end, and it had dual carburetors linked, like a lot like a motorcycle. It had two carburetors, you know, two barrel carburetors, and each one feeding two cylinders, and then a synchronized linkage between them. But they weren't really carburetor, they were the hybrid before fuel injection. It was a hybrid called a throttle body injector. So it had twin throttle body injectors, which were like a fuel injected carburetor, sort of. The Devil Z? Yeah, I've never seen it. I had a 240, and I drove a bunch of 280s because of the car lot, and then the 300 also at the car. I actually was the guy that sold that 300ZX for them. God, man. Gotta drive monster trucks too sometimes. That was fun. Yeah, I'd have to check it out. The Devil Z. Yeah, that color changing paint is kind of like, hell, you can buy it in a can of spray paint now. Rust-Oleum makes it. Just shows a different color depending on how the light hits it. Pretty sick shit. I am making a cup of tea. Let me see. Honey vanilla chamomile. I want to endorse this product, this company, but I can't really. I'm really disappointed in them because the best tea that my favorite flavor that they made, used to make the best favorite flavor of tea in the world, and I can't find it anymore. I don't know if this company quit making it or the stores just stopped stocking it. But Celestial Seasons tea, they used to make one in a blue box, like a purple bluish box with a dragon on it, and it was called Tension Tamer tea. And it was just the best combination of the right herbs. And I can't find it anywhere anymore. I'm pissed off at Celestial Seasons. Why? I don't know if I'm mad at Celestial Seasons or if I'm mad at Walmart and Publix and all the stores for not carrying it anymore. Do they not know to stock the stuff? Are they just not ordering it anymore? Or did they discontinue it? I want to know. And who do I talk to get it back on the shelf where I shop? Because damn, man, why can't the American public have some tension tamer tea? It's the ultimate freaking herbal tea. I'm telling you. It has some magical healing properties. I'm not even joking, and I don't believe in magic. I'm just saying, like, it's a powerful medicine that's not dangerous to your health, you know. It doesn't have bad side effects or anything. It's just an herbal tea that helps with all kinds of problems. I keep recommending it to you, Maxwell, because you have all that. You know, I'm not going to get into, if you want to talk about it, you can, but you've shared some of your health issues with me. And, you know, ever since you talked about it, I've been looking for that tea and can't find it because I wanted to show it to you. But, I found this stuff. And it has licorice on the ingredients list, but it's way down on the list. Instead of being like second and third ingredient on the list, it's like way down there. 1, 2, yeah, it's down there past the others, the other natural and the other natural. You know, when you get to other natural flavors and then there's one more ingredient, there's not much of it in there. No, there's no mushroom. This is just honey vanilla chamomile. This is something you'd drink before you want to go to sleep. If you got an upset stomach and you're trying to get some sleep, this will. It doesn't really knock you out. It doesn't have a sedative effect, but it relaxes your core so much that you're just gonna want to sleep after you drink it. So it is sort of in that way kind of a put you to sleep tea. So it's not really great to wake up in the morning to. The tension tamer was more of something you could drink in the morning and it would help wake you up and get your system going. Which I think that's why the licorice root is so down on the list on this tea, because it's made to make you sleepy and more of a evening tea. Um, and licorice is a mild stimulant. If you put it up high on the list, you know, you got a lot of it in there, it's going to wake people up and make them harder to sleep. You got to know your herbs. Like, different combinations have different effects, and knowing which one does what helps you choose which tea you want for what situation. Gotta kind of be your own apothecary. Oh, we got Devin and Dorcas both in here tonight. Nah, I'm just having some honey vanilla chamomile tea. Oh, I'm eating sugar wafers. Oh, I know that's got to be good for me. I couldn't resist. I saw a cheap pack of individually wrapped sugar wafers, and I thought that would go great with my coffee in the morning. I really hate opening a pack of those, because then you got all these sugar ants going for them. You got to have something to seal them in. This package was all individually wrapped, and I thought, oh, that's just awesome. Just the right amount to dip a little in my coffee and get a sugar rush in the morning. But I don't have to eat the whole package in one sitting to keep the ants from getting to it. I mean, that's just the right size to sweeten up and stir your coffee without like giving yourself diabetes. I think, you know, just single serving package. Oh. Lightning crashes, a new mother cries. Her placenta falls to the floor. The confusion that was ours belongs now to the baby down the hall. Shark and swordfish, why not? Certain sharks I would eat. Some sharks, it depends, man. Some fish are pretty nasty, and sharks among them, they can be pretty gross. I'm kind of picky about what seafood I'll eat. You know, it's funny, the more I live around water and the more I have access to different seafoods, the more picky I get about it. Like, I realize there's all these flavors you can't just go in the grocery store and buy. That if you want to taste certain flavors, you got to dive down to the reef and shoot your fish to eat it. because you're not going to get it any other way. Like, I'll try to pronounce your name. Ryudam? Ryudam? Welcome here from Indonesia. Excuse me, my nose is a little runny right now. Shrimp. Kidding? Shrimp is like the cockroach of the sea. No, actually, lobster are I consider spiny lobster to be the cockroach of the sea, because they're just gross bottom feeders, and they're really not like they really don't taste very good. If you've had Maine lobster versus spiny Florida lobster, there's a huge difference in the flavor and the texture, and like, man, it's so much better. Well, thanks. I don't know if I call you Ryu or if I'm saying that right, or just Ryu Dam, just like it looks. You know, I don't know what language it's from or if I'm saying it right, but I hope I'm not slaughtering your name. I appreciate the like and subscribe. I've got a lot of videos showing how I built this boat and kind of what led up to it and the journey that it's been on. And also the canoe here, I rigged that at one time, sailed it for months with a homemade sailing rig. So that was kind of fun, but I documented some of that trip. I lost a lot of that video when my phone fell in the water. And I wasn't doing live stream yet. I didn't have enough viewers. Everything was new, and most of the time I was out of my service area anyway. So I was just recording film and uploading it later. And I lost a lot of good footage from that trip, but some of it got on YouTube, going across Biscayne Bay in a little homemade sailing canoe rig with water jug outriggers, and I was using 2x4 and crutches for the amas and water jugs for the stabilizer floats, and like whisker poles from my big sailboat for the mast and boom. And the only thing that was actually a true sailing rigging was the sails themselves that I cut off of some small older storm sails, just cut them to fit. But it was just a janky jury rigged little canoe rig thrown together that I sailed around for 200 miles just for the fun of it, and then started building this one and launched it. I've done probably 1,000 miles in this, but more like 500 as the bird flies. Like, if you measure it on the map point to point, it's gonna look like about a 500-mile trip. Oh man, I bet you're feeling better with the AC going. You got the central and the window shaker going. That's good. So what was with the central? I'm actually good that you bring it up, Maxwell. What was going on? Did they have to vacuum out the drain line? Or did they have to blow it out with an air compressor? Or what was the fix on the drain? Great thing about a window shaker is if you install it right where it's kind of leaning downward to the outside, it just automatically drains outside, and you don't need a drain line. You never have to worry about vacuuming it out, you know. You might once in a while go over there and pull some leaves off the coil, you know. But yeah, window shakers are pretty close to maintenance free, as long as you change the filter once in a while. But it's real easy to access that filter right on the front panel, you know. Just pull up on the tab, clean it off, pop it back in, and you're good to go. Love those little things. I got an air chiller, but I'm not using it. I don't have enough wattage of power to keep running it all the time. But I don't want to run my power down every night. I'm just using the fans. Um, After I get probably 200 watts more of solar, probably another two, probably another 300 amp hours of storage, and at least 200 more watts of solar, and I could run that cooler all day and stay chill during the summer. I don't expect I'll have that situated until maybe next year if I'm lucky, because it's just not my main focus in life. If I get too hot, I'll scoop up some water and wet myself and cool off. I am doing some things though, as far as like insulating the ceiling and painting the roof white reflective paint. Like there's a elastomeric reflective paint that reflects 70 to 90% of the UV radiation, and it cools the house quite a bit below here once I get that installed. But I am looking forward to being able to run the chiller, and mostly just to have cold drinks and have a block of cheese and eggs last for a week without refrigeration. What do you mean I'll get wet? I won't be getting wet after this roof is done. Once when I get the roof and I'm gonna get rid of these tarps. Once the roof is sealed, and I gotta make some. I was gonna go with canvas around it. When I got all this canvas and started cutting it in, making curtains and a canvas, like a canopy to go around it. And I just realized, man, this is so heavy. This canvas is so heavy. And I think I'm going to make my own tarps out of, I'm going to, either way I do it, I have to make my own rubberized sealant for it. So I might as well do it with some lightweight material. And I think I'm going to just use a really tightly knit fabric, like a finely knitted bed sheet fabric. I just think they're less prone to, they're not as heavy, they'll last just as long, they won't take as much silicone to rubberize them, they're easier to put grommets into, and they'll probably handle the same amount of strain and stress from wind and stuff, but just be a lot easier to replace. Anyway, yeah, because if I go around and take all the canvas curtains I have laid out for this boat and I put them in a bundle and lift them up, it's like freaking 30 pounds. But if I go and use like a fine knitted bed sheet all the way around, I can get some pretty nice patterns too. And it's like 3 pounds, so I can get the weight down to a fraction of the weight on the curtains if I just use a better material. And it's not, hell, it's cheaper and more durable. The most expensive part is the rubberizing of it, and that's going to cost the same no matter what material you use. It's just I really need to be careful about picking the right material and making hems and seams stitched right so that it'll handle a lot of strain from wind. That's really the big thing, is it needs to redirect wind around my boat without stretching too much. I might get one of those handheld battery powered sewing stitchers, you know, that you can just stitch hems on a fabric real easily. I get one of those on a 12-volt cord that I can just plug into the power socket and use right here on the boat. Hell yeah, I would definitely be making all this canvas out of bed sheets, because it's such a thin, fine, strong fabric that will take to a waterproofing really well, and easy to put grommets into. Like, it's like $12 for a grommet kit for brass grommets at Harbor Freight. Like, I don't need a fancy kit as long as the grommets are brass. So like, yeah, yeah. I was in a situation where when I first went sailing, I thought, one of the crucial things I would need to bring would be a sewing kit. And one day I was out sailing in stormy weather, and I tore my mainsail all the way from one end to the other, all the way from the mast to stern. And I'm like, damn, damn. And then the next 2 days were just calm, like not enough wind to sail on half the sail. And we're just stuck out there in the middle of Tampa Bay, like southern Tampa Bay, in I'd say close, but not very close to the Apollo Beach area, just inside the Skyway Bridge, and man, there's really nowhere to go in there. We're just out in these islands, and spent 2 days stitching this sail up with the sewing kit by hand. Finally, after 2 days out there, stretching our resources, rationing water, and stitching this sail, getting holes all in my fingers, and I get the whole thing double stitched all the way from end to end, put it up and hoist the sails, and we get ready to take off, pull up anchor, and I think we sailed maybe 5-10 minutes before the whole thing ripped again. And I was like, okay, I need to have a better emergency sail repair plan. That's when I discovered a little thing called bonding material. I'm going to tell y'all a trick if you're ever into sailing, and this works with any sails on any size boat. You got a tear in the sail, don't try stitching it. Don't try being an industrial sailcloth sewing machine on board and the generation of power to power it and all that. Like, forget it, man. What you bring is several rolls of bonding material and an iron. And that's right, and some extra sail material from some old sails. And if you get a tear in your sail, you make a strip from the old sail material, the length of the patch you want to make, and you put that down on a towel, and you put a what do you call it, oven paper, baking paper over the bonding material, and iron it onto that material on one side. You just use a hot iron, and you don't even need an iron. If you got an electric stove and a couple pans, you get the pans hot and slide them around on it just like an iron, like using one while the other one's getting hot, and when it starts cooling off, switch them out. I just used 2 pans, put some water in them, and that was my iron. And I'm telling you, you iron some bonding material onto a patch of sail fabric, the size of the patch you want to make to cover the hole, and then you flip it over, peel the paper off, and iron it right over the hole, and you're just making an iron-on patch. And then you do the same thing on the other side, and you'll have a stretch of sail material that's patched together stronger than the original sail, and it will not tear there again. And it's really fast. It's really easy to fix, and it lasts forever. Like it'll outlast the rest of your old sail. So I really recommend if you're getting into sailing, and especially if you're using old sails and counting on getting there on these old not so great sails, man, bring some extra sail material and some bonding material and a way to iron it together, and you can fix anything real quick. It may not look real good, like might look some motley patched together shit, but it'll get you home. I've tried sail tape too, and that stuff's pretty good for an hour or two. But if your home is 3 days away, you're not going to make it with sail tape. It's just not that good. You know, they make that stuff you can just buy at the marina, that sail tape that's made for just taping your sail together if it tears. That shit, that's like if you're sailing out in the bay near where you dock and you just need to get the last 200 yards back to the dock. Flex tape, Flex Seal tape, nah, that shit's a little bit overrated. No, I'll tell you what, if you're in a fiberglass hull and you get a hole in the side of the boat, Flex Seal tape, as long as the hull is clean and has no barnacles or any slime on it, like if it's the kind of boat you keep out of the water, then Flex, you can go underwater and cover a hole with it while it's and stop it from sinking. So it is a good emergency patch kit, but it's also a pain in the ass to grind that shit off, and don't think it's going to be it's not going to last as a day-to-day use. It's just a patch to get you home, and then take it and grind it off and fix it right. But yeah, it really actually does work. It's a little gimmicky the way they advertise it, but you know, I wouldn't use it the way they advertise, but it's definitely worth having a roll of it around for emergencies. I recommend if you're sailing in a fiberglass hull like this and you're going anywhere far away from civilization, I recommend having a tub of lightweight hydraulic cement for emergencies, and a few pieces of plywood that are thin enough to flex to bend to the shape of the hull, and then about a 8 or 10 foot stick of 2x2 lumber, just lightweight pine, spruce, cedar type lumber, something that's easy to cut with a handsaw. And with those few objects, you can pretty much stop any hole in your boat from sinking it. I used Flex Seal on this boat. I got a crack in the hull where somebody slammed me into a dock, and it put a crack in the side. No, it was the kid that was riding with me. Randy was riding in that canoe, and he came in nose first really hard and fast and just slammed nose first broadside into the side pontoon and it cracked the seam all the way down the side of this pontoon. And I went and bailed the water out of it and put it up on the sandbar and stuck Flex Seal tape down the side. And I think it was like sailed it another 40 miles before I finally patched it. And in fact, I probably got still some patchwork to do on that. Like, I think there may still be some Flex Seal tape holding this boat together right now. so as much as I talk shit about this stuff, like, I can't say it's useless at all. But yeah, another time I got slammed into the dock, and the back end here knocked a hole. It knocked a hole in the back corner of the pontoon here, and you can see how low to the water that is. And you see that clump of painted gunk right there in the corner? That's a patch. I had a big hole there, And I stuck a hose down in there and siphoned the water out. I put it up on a sandbar, siphoned all the water out, and then I filled that with a substance called uh, Bondo glass. I know you've heard of Bondo for patching, like for fixing dents in cars, but this is Bondo glass, which is like kind of the same resin. It's more of a resin with fiberglass in it and a hardener, but it kind of mixes the same thing, but it already has fiberglass in it, and it's more for. It's not really a good solid. I mean, it's kind of brittle there, and I really need to smooth that out, fill this low spot in, and glass over the whole thing. Probably need to, but I have plans for upgrades on this anyway. It's not a big deal. That's fine. I got foam in the bottom section all the way to the nose, and then a bunch of foam in the front. So if this does take water, it doesn't sink. You know, this thing, it just sits lower in the water, and it kind of like, it's not as stable to that side. You know, if I step out there on the wing, it sinks more and lets me know that there's not enough air in it. So it's not a all is lost kind of thing, you know. But pretty well thought out. I have bulkheads throughout the riggers that there's different compartments in it that trap air into it, so that if it does get a hole in it, the whole thing doesn't go under. It still floats. You know, unless you get a hole in every single compartment of each one of the outriggers and the main hull, it really can't sink. I'm still hearing thunder in the background. Oh, my dome lights are charged. Lazy Tuesday. Oh, sorry. If you're listening to me for entertainment, I didn't bring a script or anything. I just clicked on just to show people the scene. If it gets quiet, it's because nobody's typing. And I'm just a boring guy, I guess. I like boring. Boring to me is like means there's nothing crazy and insane happening. Y'all hear my stories, and I'm telling you, I've had my share of excitement. I can live with boring. One guy's boringness is another guy's peace. You know, it's a matter of perspective. Everybody, you look at somebody, and one guy looks at them and says, that guy's stubborn. And another guy says, you know what, that guy's really steadfast. They're both talking about the same guy, the same personality. But one sees him as steadfast and the other sees him as stubborn. And it depends on the way you're looking at it, how you see him. Yeah, he stands by what he believes in. He's unshakable. You know, some people call that stubborn. You know, one guy might say, "Hey, that guy, I don't like him. He's always trying to make a deal, you know? Like we can't just have a regular conversation. He's always trying to buy or sell something and make a deal, you know." And to some people that's irritating, but to some people, like, man, that guy's a real go-getter, man. He's just always on it, man. He's everywhere he goes, he's handing out that business card. He's trying to make a buck like he's a real go-getter, you know. You know, it's just about perspective. Well, yeah, if you stop drinking those beers, the boxes would stop accumulating. Along with probably a lot of other problems that come along with drinking all those beers. My buddy at the park I got a buddy I go by at the park. He's got his little dog in the little dog park, and I go by there to go to the big dog park, and I wave to them every day. One dude was there the other day, and he says, I saw something sitting on top of his car, and I was looking at it just trying to figure out what it was. Maybe somebody forgot something on the top of their car, and he yells to me and says, "Take it, man. My wife told me I can't drink anymore, so take it." Just as I'm getting close enough to realize that it's like a 4-pack of Long Island iced teas. So I took it. I don't drink. I don't even drink, but I took it because I thought of you, man. And I thought if you were sitting there with those Long Island iced teas tempting you and trying to not drink them, I'd be doing you a favor to take them and dump them out and just thank you for them. But he wanted me to take them, so I took them. I didn't drink them. I still got 2 of them sitting in the canoe now. The first, I popped one open later that evening, and I took one sip and was like, wow, that was nasty. It reminded me of why I don't drink liquor. And I dumped it out, and I thought, man, I hope Maxwell is doing as good as that guy, getting rid of his booze and alcohol, and even though his wife's annoying him about it. I'm going to get you to switch from beer to weed, and then get you to switch from coffee to licorice root tea or tension tamer tea or some similar, like wake me up peppermint tea, something soothing to the stomach besides coffee but has the same effect. Maybe some good antioxidants. Like coffee's got a good antioxidant in it, but it also is such a harsh thing on your stomach because of the strong acids. Like, just a couple of life changes would drastically improve your health situations. Nothing else that might buy you a few more years of time with your kids, you know. Oh, you're in Bamalama? Goddamn backwoods Bamalama. Freaking ran by a bunch of racist Bible thumpers. God. I really wish we could stop living in the dark ages. Let's see, $2.50 an ounce. I think it's like $20 for an eighth here. 2040. It's like 160 an ounce here. Yeah, Susan, I don't recommend it, because if you get it sent by mail, it's not just like you get a bigger crime. Like, they can charge you with interstate trafficking if you send it by mail to a state where it's illegal. That's how Tommy Chong ended up in prison. He sold a bong from California on the internet from a state where it's perfectly legal, but it was sent to a state where his website was set up to where you're supposed to handle the legal responsibility of whether or not you're allowed to have it in that state. But he sent it to somebody in Pennsylvania where it's illegal to sell bongs, and he ended up going to prison for selling a bong when it was perfectly legal in the state where he sold it. And I don't know what happened to the buyer. Like, they didn't put that in the news. But I think it's just not worth it, man. Like, you're better off taking the risk of buying that freaking bag in the backwoods from homeboy across the freaking fence that is growing it up on the side of the mountain on the property next to his grandpa's farm. You know? I don't know why, but for some reason, every state I've ever been to, no matter how legal or illegal weed was, I've always just found myself drawn to the people to end up where I just end up in a circle where people are smoking it. Like, without even going looking for it, I just naturally end up in the same group of people that, I don't know, maybe it's just like minds attract or something. But for some reason, I can't tell you how many times I've just randomly ended up on some farm in the middle of nowhere. Don't even know how I got there because I wasn't driving, and they're growing weed. I'm just like, I'm just in the middle of this weed field. Don't know how I got there. Just fucking don't even know the guy's name. You know, like, and they probably like it that way. That's probably why they felt comfortable taking me there, because I was just like chill, smoked with them, and didn't ask who they were, like, or where we were going. I didn't really care. Like, damn, we like this guy. I don't think we even need to blindfold him. He's not even paying attention to where we're going. You know, he doesn't. 60%. I don't know who's doing the testing, but 60% would make you comatose, man. I've smoked 32% and it made me melt into the floor. I can't imagine, like, how are they getting these numbers? Who is arriving at these numbers? And 60% of what cannabinoids? Because holy crap, man. They have to be using different scales or something, different testing methods or something, because something is not uniform with this whole thing. It's kind of like an IQ test. You know, how high you score depends on who tested you. Oh. I know Florida's testing is all wonky. Like, it's just legal loopholes, man. The whole thing is so bullshit. Because to sell over the counter legally, weed has to be like 0.03%, right? But to get you high, it's got to be like at least 18%. And it gets you high. And I'm telling you, when they test it, it is 0.03% or less. But after you dry it and smoke it, it's a lot higher. I think that's mostly because a lot of the active cannabinoids don't become active until after it dries. And they test it before it dries. So it's kind of like they're just kind of getting around it. Like, you go in the store and buy some weed, and if you get caught with it and they test it, it's legal. But if you put it in your pipe and light it, and they test the resin from the pipe after you've lit it, it's not legal because it's activated. And now it shows up on the test as like 25%. I moved into an apartment down in Miami and found this grow room hidden in the wall. Like, I pressed on the wall and it popped open, and there was a whole hidden room in the back with these cooling ducts that hanging down from the ceiling and shit. And I'm like, oh shit. And then I looked it up and found that there was a police report from arrest. You know, like, the last dude that lived there was running a grow operation. And I'm like, oh fuck, I just moved into a drug house. I never grew anything there. You know, I was working construction. I just went there, went to sleep, and went back to work the next day mostly, you know. Like, but damn, somebody was running a full-grown operation in there. There was no door frame or no door handle or none of that. Like, it was just like a section of the drywall that just opened up when you pressed on it. It looked like they took an old, like a big, huge walk-in closet or a small back bathroom or something and converted it and sealed it off. And they had, you know, air filters Like, they put a lot of money into it. It looked like they had hookups for ballast, but I think the lights were taken maybe into evidence or something, because there were no, you know, that was back when they didn't have grow lights they didn't have LED grow lights back then. They had like high pressure sodium bulbs, and that's usually how people got caught. Is the power company would receive like they had their system would red flag anybody whose power went up in increments of the same wattage that those bulbs used. They knew how many watts those bulbs would draw when you hook them up. And yeah, and it would, any increment of that number went up steady on your power bill, it would cause a red flag and launch an investigation. You would get investigated if your power bill went up enough to run a high pressure sodium bulb, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or like, if somebody really wanted to be smart, you'd want to run that whole room. First of all, you'd want to insulate the room and cool it and disperse the heat throughout the house evenly so that it couldn't be detected from thermographs. And you'd want to have extra insulation over that room and around it. But you'd also want to run the entire system off of its own separate power supply, its own generator, freestanding, so that the power company doesn't get alerted. But you know, those days have passed. Now you want to grow some, just do it legally. You know? If it's illegal in your state and you're really dead set on growing some, just go to a state where it's legal. It's so much less trouble. It's just, don't look over your shoulder at what you do in life. Life's too short for that kind of stupidity. It's like, man, it ain't worth it. You know, I could easily save myself a bundle of money by dropping a few seeds in the ground in Florida here. Man, shit, weed grows great in Florida, but it's just, there's no square inch of Florida that doesn't get, where there's a dry patch of land that gets sun, that doesn't get seen by like patrol drones and people. And like, man, your chances of growing and not getting caught are pretty slim here. And it's just not worth all the legal shit to go through to make it. Like, let the freaking big corporations grow this shit. Let them do their thing. I'll just go to the store and buy it. Yeah, Max, the Long Islands I got, I mean, traditionally, from what I understand, a Long Island iced tea actually has 7 different white liquors in it. These are in a can and they're cheap freaking, I think, Corona brand, and they have 4, and they're raunchy as fuck, tastes like stove fuel, you know, just like nasty, but not at all the smooth flavor I was familiar with. I can't stand it. But I wouldn't mind having a cold Corona beer after work that day. Would have actually been kind of appealing, but hard liquor is not my thing. I got over that shit when I was like in my, like about 19. Like, I quit drinking at like 19. As far as like getting drunk drinking. I don't, if I've had a long day of hard work in the hot sun, sweat out a lot of salts, and man, You know, an ice cold beer, one ice cold beer actually feels really good to my body. It feels refreshing. But if I drink three, I feel sick. And so I trust my body. My body's saying, yo, yeah, that's not. It's like alcohol is best taken like a seasoning in life. Like, you know, any seasoning or spice that you put too much of in the food and it makes you sick. But a little bit is less is more. You know, it has just the right effect when you use just the right amount, which is pretty much one beer or one glass of wine or one shot of liquor. But it's literally one. That's it. Just one is the right amount. And two is cutting loose. Like two is like, oh, you had a really bad day and you really just need to take off a little extra stress. You know, like, or you had a really good day and you're celebrating. You know, two is cutting loose. Like that. That's like cheating on the diet a little bit. But three is falling off the wagon, bro. Seriously. If you're having a third drink within 6 hours of the first, you've fallen off the wagon. You have failed to do your mission of cutting back on drinking. I'm telling you, you got to get it down to that, to where if you really want to have a chance of like any lengthening of your life, any abatement of those health issues you're dealing with, like, you really gotta get it down to at least that. I think when you're dealing with a vice of any kind, whether it's alcohol or drugs or food or anything, um, you got to be you got to really look at it realistically. There is some benefit you're getting emotionally or mentally or something it's doing for you, that behavior, that yeah, it's harmful overall, but there's some good effect you're getting out of it, or you wouldn't be doing it. And if you don't find a way to replace that effect with something else, you'll fall back into doing it. And so I'm not saying switch one drug for another, but I'm saying like what is that act of tossing back that beer? You're convincing yourself. I don't know, like people that overeat, I can understand the psychology of that. Okay, you live a horrible life where everybody's mean to you, nobody likes you, nothing you do comes out right, and like the world seems like it's always against you. And the one thing you do that feels good every time you do it is when you open your mouth and you put some good food in there. It tastes good and it feels comforting. It fills the stomach and it makes the soul feel satisfied. And I can see how people could get addicted to that feeling and eat for pleasure to the point where they get fat and unhealthy. You see what I mean? Like drugs and alcohol are kind of the same thing, where it's like that's your one source of pleasure. And if you don't find some other source of pleasure, whatever, you know, you got to find something that floats your boat. You know, besides the alcohol, or you just fall back into that comfort that you know that whatever that thing is that makes you feel good, you're gonna fall back into that even though you know it's unhealthy, because it's all you have that gives you that good feeling. I don't know if that helps any, but I hope some of that clicks into something you can put to use. So you had a babysitter that would get drunk and pass out. Maxwell, she wasn't falling asleep, she was passing out. There's a difference. You see, she's not supposed to be asleep when she's babysitting. She's supposed to be the awake, responsible adult that's there to make sure that you're safe while your parents are away. And getting drunk and falling asleep is not babysitting. That's shirking your responsibilities and getting paid for it anyway. And yeah, that's. Imagine how much better your life would have been if you would have had some life coach there who was awake, an adult who had conversations with you, answered questions, and taught you things that prepared you for life, rather than, just passing out and leaving you there with the booze. Do your thing. Like, how much better so many of us would have been if we would have had a conscious, present, and adult mind around that gave a flying fuck what was going on in our world. That's one of the biggest tragedies, I think, of American history recently, is this whole disintegration of the nuclear family. You just don't have that, like the whole thing of, grandmas and aunts and uncles helping raise the kid anymore. Like, we used to have a whole village taking care of and teaching and disciplining kids, and like pointing them in the straight and narrow. And yeah, maybe it was probably misguided with like a bunch of Bible references, but they gave a shit, like, honestly, I think that whole Bible thing though fucked me up as a kid, because I didn't need a Bible God or a threat of hell or eternal damnation to be a good kid. I was already a good kid. Like, it was actually the Bible and the belief in it that I got me doing some pretty fucked up, stupid shit. Like, I mean, when I think back about it, like, I was already a hard-working individual that wanted to learn, was eager to freaking help out and like do the right thing. And we had to watch this, sermon on TV every Sunday. And one day I was talking with my aunt about it, and I was like, what is this whole thing about, Starting to get old enough to talk like an adult and ask adult questions, and I'm like, why do we got to watch church, so we know what God wants. And what's God? Wait. And she's telling me there's this creator, the creator of everything, that's up there in the sky looking down on us and watching our every move. And if we do wrong, we get cursed, and if we do right, we get blessed, and we might go to heaven. Like, if we want to go to heaven, we got to do right. So I was like, man, that sounds pretty important. Like, he's the all-powerful, knows everything, all present, and he has some commandments of us. So I better, like, how do we know what he wants of us? Well, there's this book he left for us. I'm like, what? Okay. That explains that big, fancy, leather-bound white book with the gold-edged pages on the table there that Grandma has, with the picture of that freaking guy with the beautiful long hair. in the serene face. That explains, that's that book? That's God's book? Ah, that's why Grandma reveres that book so much. That's the words of God. Well, I want to learn how to read now. I was like, how do I read it? Well, you got to learn the alphabet, but it's not just regular alphabet because these people spoke differently. Like, you have to learn how to understand 15th century English. And so, here I was at like 3 years old studying the alphabet and learning ancient English. And by the time I was 5, I spoke 15th century English fluently and 15th century Spanish because I was reading the Spanish and the English Bible. And it's like, yeah, I took that shit seriously, man. It's like, this is important. If there's a being so powerful that he could say, let it be, in the whole universe, there it is. Like, created all of the universe with a word or a thought. I better want to figure out what this thing wants of me and figure it out and do it right. Because, man, you could turn me into a pillar of salt or make me live forever. I want to be on that dude's side. So I started studying that book diligently. And I did what it said. And then I read some more and did what it said. And I read some more and it did what it said. And I found myself all fucked up. Because reality doesn't work the way the Bible says it does. And some of the morals in that Bible are actually way off. Like, nobody should spend eternity burning in hell because they wore a blended fabric moisture wicking shirt, or because they ate a ham and cheese sandwich. Pulling carpet from a trailer that's lived in. Yeah, get a good utility knife with a hook blade and straight blades and a pack of each of replacement blades, and plan on changing them often. Get a flat bar so that you can pry on edges without tearing up trim, and start in the corner. Get the corners, try the corners until you get one of the corners out from under the trim, and then pull it from there. Pull it away from the corners. Always pulling in a direction away from the wall. Otherwise it'll rip the walls and score all the walls with the edge, like the edge of the carpet. That sounds like a fun job, man. Pulling carpet is, if it's in a trailer, its chances are it's glued down. So then you're gonna need a sharp scraper and a heavy one to scrape up the glue and carpet remnants that are glued to the floor. What are you putting down, wood floor or carpet? You putting carpet back down or wood? Oh, you're gonna need a heavy chisel. No, you're in a trailer, not a house. Never mind. You probably don't have the same kind of tack strips as you do in a house. But I'm gonna tell you, if you're putting carpet or wood flooring back down, or linoleum or anything, you're in a trailer, you really don't want to scrimp on the subflooring. Make sure you get the subflooring right before you put the flooring down, and don't scrimp on the vapor barrier or the cushioning under it. Like, it's crucial that the underfloor beneath the carpet padding has the right type of vapor barrier, or the sub under the wood floor. Even if you do like lock together wood floor or whatever, You know, um, it's a much thinner pad, but it needs to have a pad so that it all lays flat and right and doesn't absorb moisture into the carpet. Really, I think carpet's nasty. Honestly, like if I built a house, I would not want, if I had the money, I would absolutely not want to put carpet on the floor. I would roll out, glue down linoleum before I did carpet, and then put a throw rug on it that you can take outside and clean periodically. You know, you may not want to put your feet down on a cold floor, but you know, I'm a big fan of insulating the subfloor for thermal barrier, and you know, plenty of thermal and vapor protection. But man, having a carpet tacked down permanently from corner to corner, wall to wall, is just a like fungus growing, animal fur collecting, dog piss soaking up, freaking just, it's just nasty. Like they get so gross underneath. You just, you're living in something that you can't really clean. Oh, well, it's the tack down. If you're talking about carpet that's tacked down from corner to corner, you really need to, they got a tack strip down the edges. If you've ever stepped really close to the edge of the wall on a carpet and you felt like a little prick in your toe, like something poking up through the carpet, that's the tack strip. All right. What you need to do is understand the carpet's been stretched over the teeth of those tack strip and then hooked to them, and the teeth face toward the wall to hold it. Okay. And if you can get a good heavy duty pair of like linesman's pliers and grab the carpet from the corner and peel it back, you can get it to release from those. You bend that, you know, the teeth on the tack strip bend and release the carpet. And then you can pull big swaths of it up. First thing first is make sure there's not a stitch of furniture in the room. Any cabinets or furniture anywhere, to just get it completely out of the room. You know, because you're wasting a lot of time and energy trying to move it to one side of the room and peel up part of the carpet and then move it to the other. You can do that if you don't have the space, but it's a bitch. That's where the knife is you're still gonna need to cut it into thin strips just to be able to roll it up into manageable sized pieces, you know. But if it's not glued down to the floor, carpet comes up pretty easy once you get the corners and edges pulled loose, because it's just stretched and attached to the tack strips at the borders. If you have a transition from carpet into tile or linoleum, you'll see a tack strip there. That's screwed to the floor, and then the carpet is pulled up tight onto it and hammered into that lip. You can start by ripping that whole tack strip up where the transition is. That's a good spot to start too, because it's easy to get that piece up, and you won't need it, you know, if you're not putting carpet back down. Even if you are, you might want to preserve that strip if you're going to put rug back down. Are you planning on putting carpet back down? You didn't, I don't know if you told me, or because how I go about things is way different depending on what I'm putting back in. Hi, Beach Bum. Welcome back. I mean, what tools I grab and how I go about it is quite different. Like if I'm stretching carpet back on the same carpet floor, yeah, I'm probably going to try to preserve all the tack strips and transitions that I can, just to save time and money, as long as they're in decent shape. Um, a good utility knife with a lot of fresh blades, new blades ready to change. And I really, the hooked blades come in handy if you want to cut through something and not cut what's under it. But be careful with those hooked blades. They really can mess your finger up. Like if you cut yourself with a hook blade, you're really gonna hurt. So just be careful with those blades. But they come in handy for cutting roofing, you know, shingles, and you know, not cutting through the tar paper underneath, or like cutting carpet sections without cutting the carpet padding underneath, or whatever subfloor might be underneath. You know, if you don't want to score up a wood floor that might be under it, or whatever. I recommend having both types of blades and a good utility knife, a pack of both blades, so you can change the blades often, because the carpet will dull the blade very quickly. And a pair of linesman's pliers to pull from the corners to get them loose. You know, maybe flat bar, hammer, and chisel. As far as pulling the carpet, it's pretty easy. You might need like a heavy duty scraper bar, like, you know, the steel handle with a flat sharp scraper at the end. It's like 4 inches wide. You know, something like that if it's glued down. But I wouldn't go buy something like that unless I started pulling on it and realized that it's glued down. Most carpets are not glued down, but you're dealing with a trailer, so it's a different thing. Yeah, I don't see you don't need a chainsaw for this job. I don't know where the idea of a chainsaw came from, but I've never needed a chainsaw to remove a carpet or install a new floor. Yeah, there's likely to be staples. There's likely to be carpet tape at a seam somewhere, which is like basically hot glued together. You know, if you find one of those seams that are hot glued together, you can often peel those apart just with a hot butter knife. You know, like with a heat gun, you can peel them apart pretty easily at those seams. The trick is just getting a good grip on a piece of carpet where you can pull the edges away from the wall and get that tack strip to release. As soon as you get started, you'll see what I'm talking about. The edges have a tack strip that's holding it all in. And if you can get the edge out without ripping the trim off the wall, you're doing good. I wouldn't use needle nose pliers. They don't really grip from the tip of the pliers very well. I would use linesman's pliers, like something with a 25, 30-inch handle. Like 30-inch linesman's pliers, you can really grip with the edge of the front nose of the pliers on the carpet, and it doesn't matter whether it's thick or Berber carpet or whatever, you can get a grip on the corner of it. Or maybe even fencing. The problem with fencing pliers is they got that beak on it, and it's going to be hard to get it into the corner where you really should start. Where a lot of times you're going to need to start in a corner or by the edge of the wall so close that having that beak would get in the way. I've had real good luck with linesman's pliers as far as getting the carpet edges pulled out and started, and then pretty much I just grab it by hand from there and pull back. Yeah, and for staples too. A flat screwdriver with a pretty, like a medium-sized screwdriver head that's flat and pretty thin, so you can just kind of hammer it under a staple and then twist it to pry a staple up. You might need to use a flat screwdriver as like a little pry bar for staples. It's really hard to say what exactly you're going to run into without looking at how it's fastened down. And how it's fastened down is going to depend on, because was it put over a hardwood floor, or was it put into, like, what's it fastened to? You're talking about a trailer, and there's no telling what it's made of. You offered them $1,000 to pull a carpet? Oh my God, dude, I'd be on that in a heartbeat. I would have it pulled the same day. Damn. $1,000. Dude, that's like, I could rip the carpet out of a 4-bedroom, 2-story house. I can have all the carpet out of it in a day. If all the furniture's out of the way, that shit does not take long at all, bro. Isn't that what I thought he said, linemen's? Yeah, ripping the carpet out is actually the easy part, believe it or not. Putting it back in is the hard part, especially if you got bad knees. And you have to have specialized tools to stretch carpet. Like, you need a carpet stretcher or at least a knee kicker. And I know a lot of people whose knees are shot from kicking carpet in with their knees. That's no fun. And power stretcher, yeah, they got hydraulic and they got levered power stretchers that are pretty badass, and you can like stretch a carpet in half with those things. They're so powerful. But they're also expensive. You're talking to somebody who you don't have the equipment to go, like, you could go buy a few tools, but you probably don't have the money to go just spend $3,000 on a stretching tool you're going to use once, and it's not worth it. Yeah, I like remodeling. I get a kick out of turning something ugly into something nice. There's a certain sense of satisfaction you get from looking back at what you've done and going, wow, this just looks so much better. Oh, man. Florida summer. Man, I can't wait till October I'll be glad when it starts getting cold again and it stops raining. Get like 3 months with no rain. Oh, and just cold, no mosquitoes, no snakes, no freaking, the reptiles disappear. and you can sleep outside like don't even need a blanket. Stick and peel. Yeah, that's probably going to be the easiest to apply and the easiest to clean. The only problem with stick and peel is the floor underneath needs to be perfectly flat all the way across. Or you're going to have to put some kind of, anywhere where it slopes or changes angle, you're going to have to put some kind of transition strip there. Or it's just going to, like the corners will peel up and get, like they'll, yeah. I think I'd be a good guy for that. If somebody was flipping houses, I'd be a good handyman to have around. To, like, you buy them, fix up. Because I got a lot of knowledge of a lot of different trades when it, pretty much can do just a little bit of just about every trade from the ground up. And flipping houses is a lot of patchwork. Like somebody who worked for a, like what do you call them? A contractor, developer. Oh, Doyle, welcome back. Been a while. Just thought I'd check in for a while, let people know I'm still alive. Boat's still floating. A little green heron just came by again. Behind me over there chirping at me. Oh, stretch my legs out. Watch for distressed properties. Yeah, I'm kind of on the edge of the town where I don't see a lot of I got to think about between here and on my way to work. On my commute to work, if I start thinking about it on my way, I might spot some. I know one distressed property, but actually, no, the guy just sold it. Yeah. The only property that comes to mind right now just got bought by someone that's flipping properties, and they ripped the whole house down. Had a hoarder living in it. I do pretty much everything from the ground up. There's just some things I don't like doing, like roofing in the summer. Just not I'm too white. The sun kills me. Here in Florida, it's just too hot for me. Or like crawling in the attic to fix AC ducts. Like I've had to do that. I've got bit by brown recluse crawling inside an attic. And if you're in there, like say you got to insulate the back corner of the attic. First thing you better do if you plan on being there for an hour is you better go get some we call that silver aluminum tape. And when you go up there into the attic, you want to take one of the main ducts out of the hard duct and disconnect it and let the cold air blow into the area where you're working so you don't die. And the reason you get the aluminum tape is so you can put it back together and reseal it again when you're done. But I've done that. I've done that where I had to go in there and just like the first thing I'm gonna do is you're gonna notice your air conditioner isn't cooling the house as much because I'm gonna cool the attic while I'm up there. I've even gone into the hard duct with a hickory knife and just cut a flap in it, open it up, and make my own little flap vent, and then just seal it when I'm done. That's one of the easiest ways to cool an area up there if you're close enough to the main. But if you don't know how to seal it back properly and make sure it's properly insulated and with the right tape and the right seal, it'll leak and start dripping into the attic. And then their ceiling collapses from the moisture. Because I'm an adventurer. Yes, I am. I don't know where that came from, but yeah. I prefer to call myself a traveler. I don't really like adventure. I like travel and I like new experiences, if you call that adventure. But if you really think about it, if like you look up, go on a movie app or something and look for action adventure, and what you find is like a lot of like it's not an adventure until something bad happens. So I kind of like when somebody says, I want to go on an adventure. Nope, I don't want to go on an adventure. I want to go on a journey or a cruise. Let's go traveling, but let's not go seeking adventure. Well, so you were in finance. Was it your fault that people borrowed money that they couldn't afford to pay back? Was it, they're the ones that chose to borrow that money. I don't really agree with the concept of predatory loans. You know, now, then again, if they sell you a loan at a certain rate and then they hike the rate before you can get even the majority of the loan paid off, I don't think that should be legal. But it's kind of a tricky thing. I think people should just get in the habit of living within their means and not borrowing for anything. Like if people just like, okay, you can't buy a house without taking out a loan, then that means you can't afford a house. Instead of taking out a 30-year loan, spend 25, 30 years saving up for a house and then leave it to your kids. I don't know. Like, what do you got to do to live without going into debt? There's got to be a way. It really blows my mind that we've somehow convinced ourselves that it's okay that we live in a system where you're required to pay for the act of existing. Like, why is there no way for anyone to just get, like, work for a living but not have to pay someone for the right to exist somewhere? It seems like everybody's living beyond their means because they're having to pay somebody for everything they do. That we should be able to just, like the human right of being born, recognize a person's right to have a safe place to sleep, clean water and access to food. Just the basics, man. Without having to pay the man to do it. I don't even think the home is the best investment. I think the best investment right now is actually land that can be farmed for food. Especially if there's a source of clean water, or even a source of water that's not clean, that has to be purified. If you have a source of water and enough land to grow enough food to support your family, you are rich. I know the guy I'm working for now, he got a quarter-acre lot of property with a decent little home and a beautiful garden on it for, he's planted the garden, but it's a nice little piece of property in a good area for less. I think he said it was $27,000. Like, he paid less than a lot of people pay for a small car for his house. Like, he really got a steal on it, though. He's lucky though, he's like, if he wouldn't have found that deal, he probably would have never dreamed of owning a home himself. I'm gonna let some of the rain fall off this tarp. It's starting to pull up there. I'm not trying to use it for rain catchment. This is my rain shedment system. There we go. I don't know. I think if you're into flipping properties right now, it's probably not a great business to be in. Real estate right now is not doing so hot. People having a real hard time buying houses right now. A lot of people selling their house that they spend generations buying. A lot of people moving out of their rental into a car or van and then moving out into the desert to Slab City because they just can't afford life anymore. Cost of living is just going through the freaking roof anymore. Yeah, home includes land, but like what I mean is like there's land in town where you're not allowed to grow anything but grass. You know, like you have certain regulations in certain areas. You know, you might or might not be allowed to have a small garden in the back that has some vegetables growing, but for the most part, you have to have a certain percentage of your property is just lawn per city like, or are you in a rural area where you can have a few chickens and not get harassed by the county? You know, you got to look at that when you consider where you're buying. Yeah, just because it has land, just because there's a stream going through it, a lot of states aren't going to let you put a water wheel on that stream and use it for power, or build a dam or a reservoir to gather some rainwater. You know, so you have to look at your state laws before you decide what you want to buy. You know, but the right piece of land and the right plot, just anything you can do to produce your own, reduce your cost of living and your needs on the system is going to make it better for your family in the future, because the system doesn't care about you, and it's vulnerable. You know, if you put your whole year's savings and energy into, you know, say a deep freezer full of meat for your family, and then a storm comes, rips out the power lines, and you don't have power, and your whole year's worth of food supply rots in the first week, then your whole plan has collapsed before your very eyes, you know. But if you have a plan that doesn't rely on the power company to keep pumping power to your building, then, you know, you're not worried about that happening. You know, if you have your well water in your pump, you know, you're not worried about the city water supply getting contaminated, because you have water coming out of a well that you're assuming is contaminated, and it's going through a purification system and a softening, and, you know, like it's getting conditioned, and city waters are irrelevant to you. Max, that's crazy. You sound just like a friend of mine I knew named Randy. His ex-girlfriend left him, broke up. He broke up with her. I don't remember how it went. I think he broke up with her, but she ended up staying out on the street, and I don't know, she did herself in, I think. Wow, this is so peaceful out here right now. It's got nice and cool. Even cooled off so much I have to turn the fans off. Alright folks, I think I'm gonna kill this stream and say goodnight for y'all, have some dinner. I think we're just gonna see more of this the rest of the night. Ronnie, Max, Susan, everybody, thanks for joining the chat. Be kind to each other and yourselves. And until next time, signing out.